energy resources, and very soon we'll have to switch over to renewable energy. So his area of research is renewable energy and how to make the third generation solar cells. So of course, this is going to change the way we use energy today and in future. So his contribution in research and teaching is very important, and now we are very fortunate that we have him as our leader, and I'm sure Shivaji University will make spectacular progress under his leadership. So I welcome you, sir, and we are very fortunate to have you as a president, and we are eager to listen to your speech. Then coming to the keynote speaker for today, Mr. Jitendra Agrawal. He is the founder and CEO of Sarthak Educational Trust. The name of the trust speaks itself. It is Sarthak, meaningful. Most of the time, we do things for ourselves, we do things that take us forward. But Mr. Agrawal has started a trust which will change and which is really changing the life of persons with disabilities. And he himself has visual impairment. He lost his central vision in 2004. Then he realized that dependency, or you can say dependence on others, is very harmful for persons with disabilities. And to empower them, it is necessary to provide them with proper education and employment. So, with this purpose in his mind, he started Sarthak Educational Trust. And of course, the numbers speak for themselves. So, this Sarthak Education Trust has trained and placed more than 34,000 persons with disabilities, and that is very crucial for their empowerment. So, he has been working in the field of empowerment of persons with disabilities, and his organization has been recognized as the best NGO by the government of Delhi. And recently, their work was appreciated by the megastar Amitabh Bachchan in his Kaun Banega Karodpati 12th season. And in the 12th season, they had made a special episode called Karma Yogi. So, in this episode, his work was appreciated. And really, of course, he is a Karma Yogi. And he has been working in other fields also, in the fields of accessibility. And I was really glad to read that he is a member of the advisory committee, which suggests measures to make the election accessible for persons with disabilities. So, accessibility of elections is very important for the empowerment of persons with disabilities, because with the accessibility, they will be able to participate in the election process, which is very crucial for the democracy. So, I welcome you, Mr. Agrawal, sir, and we are keen to hear your keynote address. So I'm very glad that I got an opportunity to introduce such excellent people. And of course, now their speeches will enlighten you. Once again, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. So over to Kalyani, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now, without taking much of your time, we will welcome our keynote speaker of today's session, Dr. Jitendra Agrawal, founder and CEO of Sarthak Educational Trust, New Delhi, to enlighten us. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. I'm audible, Kalyani.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
You are.
yeah. So good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for such a kind introduction. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, uh, uh, Professor Patil, and other faculty members of Kolhapur Shivaji University, members from other universities, students, and all the people who are there on this webinar. I think I'd like to congratulate Shivaji University for organizing such a event for people with disability, and especially for NGOs working in this space. And the subject of today's webinar is NGO initiatives and interventions for people with disability. And I think this is subject which is much needed to be discussed at university level, because I think people with disability in school, colleges, and universities must be recognized, and their talent must be identified so that they can go for uh, rehabilitation and employment. So when we talk about people with disability in India, especially in 2011, Sensex says that it's around 2.68 crores, but these numbers are different. Like World Bank says it's 15%, 20%, 25%, WHO says. So maybe when we talk about people with disability in India, it's not less than 10 to 15 crores. So it's a huge population. But generally, when we see people with disability in around community or public places, you don't find people with disability because of lack of accessibility, lack of awareness, and lack of different factors are there where we don't find people with disability, especially in public places. So, but when we talk about numbers, I think these numbers are huge, 10 to 15 crore, and we all together have to work for their empowerment. And when we talk about this database of people with disability, only 0.1% are employed. People with physical, visual, hearing impaired numbers are different. So there is a database that came into 2011, but I think 2021 there was a census which got delayed due to COVID. But maybe by 22 or 23 we have some numbers coming. There is aggressive advocacy going on this for this for conduct for this. Coming Sensex, so that we have numbers on the table, correct number on the table, and so that government policies and plan can be planned accordingly according to the numbers. Now coming to this huge number, and who what are the stakeholders working for their empowerment. So of course government is one stakeholder, where central government, there is a department called Ministry of Social Justice, and there is a department called Department of Empowerment of People with Disability, which is working for their empowerment. And in most of the state government, either there is a social welfare department, or a disability department which works. But the second stakeholder, very important stakeholders, are the NGOs, or civil society organizations working for people with disability. And generally, I have seen these civil society organizations are very passionate. They started because of personal disability, or some kid was there in the family who is got disability, or maybe some neighbor got disability. So generally, when we talk about this NGOs number, generally, I think my colleague was yesterday sharing that it was 3.3 million. There are 30 lakhs NGOs, out of which maybe probably 10,000 are working for people with disability. So this number is also huge. But these NGOs are there in their local geography from 20, 30, 40 years, but struggling with funds, struggling with innovation, struggling with human resource management, struggling with different, but passion is there to empower people with disability. Coming to the third part, there are different platforms also of these NGOs who are working for people with disability. So there is a one platform called IDEA, IDEA, Indian Disability Empowerment Alliance. There is another platform called DNA, and like that, there are different platforms where group of NGOs have joined together and are working for the empowerment of people with disability. So IDEA is the platform which comes under Sarthak, and we created 2 3 years back this platform, Indian Disability Empowerment Alliance. And the whole objective of this idea is to empower first NGOs in the rural geography or semi-urban geography, so that they can implement program on the ground. So this was the objective of idea. There are 350 NGOs part of this platform all across India, northeast, southwest, and there is a aggressive capacity building program going on for their empowerment, because we have to empower these NGOs who are there in their local geography from years, but struggling with different things. So we have to first empower them so that they can work with the community, with the local population, for the empowerment of people with disability. Now coming to Sarthak, so what Sarthak has done in last 13 years, 14 years, and what are our innovations, what we have done. So And before starting this, I like to no, say everyone means with the NGOs or students, we will be happy to partner with anybody, happy to include any NGOs in this idea platform, and whatever we have, we are ready to share with everybody, because that is created by you can say group of people, but the benefit should go to all people with disability all across India. So coming to Sarthak, we started in 2008, and the whole idea of starting Sarthak was to give empowerment to people with disability. Because when I was going through that phase I used to be practicing dentist, and then I lost my central vision, which initially 2004 to 7 was a struggle, and I realized challenge faced by people with disability. And when we contacted private sector in India, corporate sector, they were not aware how to hire and where to hire people with disability. And then we decided to work on hiring of people with disability, especially giving them jobs through private sector. So 2008 to 13, initially when we started Sarthak, we worked on two principles. One was demand creation in the market for people with disability for private sector, and secondary to have supply chain of people with disability. Because in 2008, not a single Indian corporate was ready to hire people with disability. So initially we contacted few BPOs, and it was top to bottom approach. So CEOs was initially contacted, and they interacted with people with disability, and they found that of course people they are capable. Then CHRO, and like that it started. So two BPOs started hiring people with disability. It was initially Aegis and Netambit in NCR region, and then they spoke in front of around 30-35 BPO. So there was a stakeholder engagement, there was a roundtable conference, and the conversion started of hiring in BPO. Similarly for retail, hospitality, banking, insurance, and e-commerce sector. And supply chain was also a struggle during that time, because there was no structured database that was available with the government or with the NGOs. So we organized these job fairs from Srinagar to Chennai and from Ahmedabad to Guwahati, around 100 job fairs. There were 60,000 people with disability participated in the job fairs, and 3,000 got the job. So by 2013, there were 100 employers who are ready to hire people with disability. But then we realized, why not 57,000 people with disability? Why they are not hired by corporates? And we were able to analyze that skill set of people with disability is not matching with the market requirement, and we have to plan structured skilling program for people with disability. So 2014, then we opened first of our training center in Delhi, and then expanded to Chandigarh, Lucknow, Ludhiana, Jaipur, Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Chennai. So most of the state capital we covered till date. So by 2022 now, around 34,000 youth with disability are successfully trained and economically empowered now. We operates in 15 states, especially in Maharashtra. We have center in Andheri, Mumbai. We have a center in Thane, Pune. We have a center, and in Virar also in center. So we'll be happy to do some skilling program in Kolhapur University also, because we during COVID we have candidates. Now we are doing training of candidates who are there in Kolhapur, Solapur, Nagpur, that belt also. Because online, so we can have training program for anybody across India. So this is and when we talk about employers, where we initially started with not a single employer, now we have around 1,500 to 2,000 employers ready to hire any number of people with disability. So demand is very high in the market. Most of these MNC like Amazon, Walmart, Flipkart, IBM, everybody is hiring people with disability, but struggle is of the supply chain. That's why we are working aggressively on these programs, these skilling centers, and partnering with the different NGOs, so that more and more number of people with disability can be trained, and which can be hired with the corporates in and around that geography. So now coming to our programs, we work on the entire life cycle of a child with disability. So the first program we run is early intervention program, where child who is born with disability, we do early identification, then early intervention. Because what they say, if we do early intervention from 0 to 3, we can minimize disability, and prevention is also a part of this early intervention program. So the lot of disability which can be prevented. So prevention, then early identification, and then intervention. So there are two centers we are running, but through online these early intervention we are catering children with special needs in different geographies now, and we'll be happy to do something there in that region also, if any that education, any support is required for children with special needs. Second thing is when child grows up, he goes to school. So then we worked on include in education system of ours, and we researched on in government schools and found out that there were children with special needs. So it was, I think, way back in 2016-17, where 500 children was there in 20 schools of government of Delhi. And what we found that they were there in class 10th, 12th, but education was first, second class. So we then researched what is the challenge. So we found that there is lack of awareness, lack of accessibility, and challenged by children with special needs. There is no special educators, because according to our Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, that only 20 school had one special educator. So a single special educator is visiting that school once in a month. So how we can expect change? So then we created a resource center in one of the school by organizing awareness, organizing sensitization workshop, and special educators for all disability, medical rehabilitation inside the school, and pre-vocational training. So it was like successful pilot we did, and around 100 children with special needs, 75 were totally integrated with mainstream with the normal or non-disabled children, and 25 with intellectual disability need intervention throughout maybe their lives. So this was successful pilot which was replicated by different state government. Now coming to the third part is our skilling program, where I mentioned that we around 34,000 youth with all disability. That includes all people who are visually impaired, people who are hearing impaired, people with physical disability and mild intellectual disability are trained. It's a 3 months program where initially 1.5 months of basic skilling, then 1 month of sectoral skilling in retail, BPO, hospitality, e-commerce, marketing skills, and skilling skills which give them a ready job in the market. And then there is a then there is a on job training. So this is about skilling program, and we'll be happy again. I'm telling the NGOs on this webinar, or maybe for the universities, that we'll be happy to do something in partnership with the universities and with the colleges. And I'll request my colleague Mansi to run a small video about this skilling program, where people with disability got empowered, and so that it will be maybe, because I'm speaking from last 10 to 15 minutes, so it will be a break for me also. Mansi.
Oh, sure, sir. I'm just playing the video.
Hello friends, my name is Kiran Kehlon. I'm working at Trident Group of Industries, Barnala. I want to thank Sarthak Educational Trust for helping me to get a job.
నేను ఒక విజువల్ ఇంపేర్డ్ పర్సన్. నేను ప్రజెంట్ కాగ్నిజెంట్ అనే కంపెనీలో ప్రాసెస్ ఎగ్జిక్యూటివ్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను.
নমস্কার, আমার নাম যমুনা সাউ আছে। আমি কলকাতাতে থাকি। আমি এখন লয়েড ইন্ডিয়া গ্রুপে এজ এ টেলিকলার কাজ করছি।
हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग। मेरा नाम गौरव कुमार है और मैं होटल पार्क प्लाजा में जॉब करता हूँ।
Hello everyone, my name is Gaurav Banerjee. My disability is 50%. Recently I got selected in Cognizant.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम खुशबू है। मैं बिग बास्केट में काम करती हूँ। थैंक यू।
Hello, I am Arthur Robert Wesley. I am orthopedic handicapped. I recently got a job in Prakriti Travels.
मेरा नाम सैयद मोहम्मद है और मुझे पर्ड्यू है। मैं एज ए एसोसिएट विप्रो में काम कर रहा हूँ।
मेरा नाम ब्रज सागर है। मैं शिवाजी श्रेणी में आता है, सार्थक से जुड़ा और मुझे जॉब प्रोवाइड कराई विशाल मेगा मार्ट में।
मेरा नाम शांति है। आज मैं बहुत अच्छी जॉब कर रही हूँ फ्लिपकार्ट में एज अ शॉर्टर की।
मेरे बच्चे का नाम योगेश झा है। वो उसको मानसिक समस्या है और वो सार्थक से ओटी, स्पीच थेरेपी और स्पेशल एजुकेशन लेता है।
नमस्ते, मैं दिव्यांशी की मम्मी। मेरे बच्ची को सुनने की दिक्कत थी। सार्थक में थेरेपी लेना शुरू कर दी हमने और धीरे धीरे इसके अंदर इम्प्रूवमेंट आता गया।
मैं रजनीश अग्रवाल डिसेबिलिटी से ग्रसित हूँ और सार्थक से मैं नेशनल ओलंपिक्स एसोसिएशन के माध्यम से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। मैंने विगत वर्षों में भारत का रिप्रेजेंटेशन इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स में कंप्यूटर विधाओं में किया है और पुरस्कार भी जीते हैं।
Yeah, thank you, Mansi. So now the fourth program that we run is, of course, employment, where we started, and the employment of people with disability is a very structured thing in India now, hiring of people with disability, and it's scientifically we do in with corporate houses. So any new corporates who wants to come and hire people with disability, first what we do job analysis, that okay, they have 200 profiles, and in how many profiles which disability can be hired. So there is a structured report that goes to CHRO, and then we work on the accessibility also. So there is a physical accessibility in the corporate, there is a IT accessibility where for people with physical disability and people with hearing impairment. After doing job mapping and accessibility, then we work on the recruitment part. We train HR managers to how to advertise a job, how to do an interview, how to do induction, how to do onboarding of people with disability, and then their training. And the fourth step, that before placement we do sensitization workshop with the manager, supervisor of the company, and then there is a post placement follow up we do. So I think when we started in 2008 until 2022 now, there are employers who are ready to hire any number of people with disability, and I mentioned that now there is a very high demand in the market. The only thing we have to work aggressively on their skilling program. If we skill more and more number of people with disability, hiring is never been a challenge. So there is a employer video that we have, and I'll request Mansi to play that.
मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है सार्थक के साथ में भी, और वहाँ पे जब प्लेस होने के बाद भी जो इन्वायरमेंट होता है, किस तरीके से काम करना, एक सपोर्ट होती है एम्प्लॉय की तरफ से एम्प्लॉय के लिए, तो हर तरीके से हमें बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट है और काफ़ी अच्छा मज़ा आ रहा है काम करने में.
We as an organization make my trip Go Vivo and Red Bus had been doing our bit in terms of enabling specially abled candidates for various sort of assignments. Especially able people need to be trained for their skills, but people who are able, they need to be trained for the right mindset to ensure that people are becoming a part of the mainstream.
सार्थक में हम 3 months का ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइड करते हैं. 1.5 months basic skill building training, and then 1 month sector specific training, and then 15 days of pre-employment, wherein we teach mock interviews, how to present themselves in interviews, and every Saturday we conduct allied activities like guest lectures, exposure visits, and parents workshop, and we measure their growth from where they start and where they are right now. मैं फ्लिपकार्ट में जॉब करता हूँ। पहले हम हब जाते हैं, अपने शिपमेंट्स कलेक्ट करते हैं। 15 से 20 शिपमेंट्स एक दिन में देने होते हैं। एंट्री करने के बाद हमें खुद से एड्रेस पे जाना होता है। कस्टमर से हम एड्रेस कंफर्म करते हैं, बताते हैं कि हम डेफ हैं, ये बैच दिखाकर उनसे आईडी लेते हैं, फ़ोटो क्लिक करते हैं और ये फ्लैश कार्ड्स दिखाते हैं। उसके बाद ऐसे ही सब डिलीवरीज देते हैं और बहुत अच्छा लगता है। आई लव दिस जॉब।
In Flipkart, what we have done is we have mapped the roles as per the ability of that person. So, for example, a person with a leg disability might be suitable for a job which doesn't require much of a standing thing.
If I talk about hiring persons with disability, it's a sure shot a business case, as it has multifarious advantages in support of it, such as increased consumer satisfaction, increased employee morale, diverse workforce, plus overall positive image of an inclusive and socially responsible workplace.
Okay, coming to our next program, advocacy for any organization to advocate for people with disability is very important, and we work with the government, especially for the for people with disability. So there was a new right of persons with disability bill that was passed by Indian Parliament in 2016. There was a national action plan for vocational training of people with disability. Accessible India campaign came. So these are all milestone decision that came from the government with the advocacy of Sarthak, and we do a lot of these webinars during COVID time or national conferences every year, do roundtable conferences across the geography. So advocacy is very important vertical that we run. The next vertical is Abilympics, that what National Abilympics Association of India. It's an independent organization that is part of Sarthak now, and the whole idea of starting National Abilympics was to have skill talent of people with disabilities, so to have skilling in excellence for people with disability. And so there are regional, national, and international competitions that happens under this Abilympics India. And so generally what we do, that first we do regional competitions in north, east, west, and south. Then there is a national competition, and then the candidates or Divyangjan are traveling to international competition. So there is an upcoming event that is coming in Moscow, Russia, in the month of August. It got delayed. It was earlier in 2020, now it's 2022. So, and these Olympic competitions are competitions average for people with disability, especially in painting, embroidery, or maybe in computer programming. So there are 5, 6 IT trades. Then there are life skills. So this is for all rural and urban Divyangjan, and I'll request people with disability to participate in these competitions. There is an online form they can fill, and our team will come back and do their assessment and online. And under this now we have created state nodal agencies also. So most of the state, we have state nodal agencies or NGOs who takes care of this, and who are conducting first state competitions and then regional and national. So I'll request Mansi to have a small video about this Olympics also.
I think it's a wonderful, encouraging exercise by the government to pick up students from the states, the best of the talent, and bring on the national level, and then push them onto the international level to show their skill.
Winning from the India skills and then scaling up to world skills is an experience which they will not forget.
बहुत कुछ हो रहा है और बहुत काम हो रहा है इन यूथ्स के लिए, उनके स्किल को निखारा जा रहा है.
They must be trained because it is across the world and we want to win. We want to keep India's flag flying high.
The participation level of the students in terms of quality and quantity both has increased drastically.
Very, very happy to be here, and I've seen people from different villages, small places. They are being encouraged, given platform, and they have been facilitated to hone their skills and to take it to the international level.
All skills which we could see here very important for all youngest generation because they are our future.
मैं बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा सार्थक की टीम NSDC का भी, जिन्होंने इस बड़े पैमाने पर जो ये स्किल कॉम्पिटिशन रखवा के हम जैसे जो पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी है उनको मोटिवेट किया.
So overall, this has been a great opportunity for the candidates to come forward, to be skilled in a fashion that they are at par with the normal abled people. So that's the beauty of it. They feel at par. They have gained a lot of confidence, a lot of strength into it.
And what I see in the future is that just to learn, that is like explore, learn and rectify the mistakes.
The flight of the Indian contingent after the India skill competition will take off and it will land straight in Kazan in 2019.
हम अपने पूरे देश भर के बच्चों को शुभकामना देते हैं कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भारत का मान सम्मान को बढ़ाएं और भारत की प्रतिभा का डंका पूरे विश्व स्तर पर बजे.
World Skills India has given me and a lot of other individuals all over India this opportunity to improve their skill, to learn more and to improve the skill infrastructure of this entire country.
बुलंदियों को छूने की बारी हमारी, कुछ कर दिखाने की हमने ठानी, बनाएंगे भारत की एक नई कहानी क्योंकि अब स्किल्स की बारी.
Okay, so the last program that we run is IDEA. I already mentioned that it's group of NGOs for whom we are working aggressively on their capacity building programs. So now coming to some innovations, Madam Patil already shared that innovation is always very important when it comes to empowerment of people with disability, and especially technology is playing a very important role in this thing. So like in 2019, I think 2019, when we were going for the lockdown during COVID, it was challenge for the organizations and for the NGOs to survive in this space. But with God grace, we were there in a week's time to have our own all programs online. So most of our therapy program or our skilling or employment program where people with disability got jobs also through in work from home. So it was like technology gave another you can say life to people with disability, and we did some innovation during that time, during COVID's time. So there was a mobile app we came up with the partnership with Capgemini called, and the app name is Cap Sarthi, CAPSARTHI, and the whole idea of this Cap Sarthi app is to register people with disability, especially in the rural part of India, because generally we due to lack of awareness, due to lack of resources, they are not able to access schemes run by government of disability, maybe pension or maybe disability certificate or passes. So this mobile app is like end-to-end solution for people with disability. Any age group of people with disability, starting from 1 month to 60 years, can register. And once they will register, then we have a support team who works with these candidates, provide them different support to people with disability. So there is a brief video about this CAP Sarthi. So I request Mansi to just play that video so that people can be oriented properly through that video. Mansi.
CAP Sarthi is a one-stop solution for information and services for people with special abilities, designed in collaboration with Capgemini and Sarthak Education Trust. We intend to touch the lives of thousands of differently abled people and empower them digitally, economically, and socially, with special focus on people in the rural area. The application takes into consideration the accessibility requirements of all disability categories. Initially, it will be available in 6 Indian official languages, namely Hindi, English, Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, and Bangla. Let's get set to take a sneak peek in the application. Using the platform, people with disabilities or their family members can access relevant information through this app, such as information about government schemes, policies, and provisions such as disability certificate, pension, transport concessions, reservation, and others. Details of government, private, and non-profit service providers in areas of health, education, skill, employment, and rehabilitation. Details of national and international scholarship programs, details of fees or concessions on assistive devices providers, online resources such as Braille online audiobooks, details of assistive device and matrimonial services. There also would be informations of upcoming events such as assistive device camp, job fairs, and others. Training service support will also be extended using this platform, namely services such as counseling, guidance, early intervention, education, skill development, employment, career growth, and career continuance support. There will be parents counseling sessions, guidance, and support to parents of children with special needs, engagements, sensitization, and knowledge sharing with the change makers and aspirants in the disability sectors. Updates on latest development in disability sectors such as assistive devices, judicial orders, government provisions, research and development. CAP Sarthi would support both Android and iOS devices and also would be available to people without smartphones. It's very simple registration form. 2 things required: name of the candidate and just the phone number. Thus, it becomes very simple for even people from remote villages. Once this information is provided, the offline team from Sarthak Help Desk Center would talk to them in their local languages and take it forward from there. It is now available in app stores, thus feel free to download the CAP Sarthi. Thank you very much and namaskar.
Yeah, thank you. So another innovation that we came up with a job portal called Rozgar Sarthi, and this portal is having all the jobs, that government jobs, PSU jobs, and corporate jobs, and any people with disability can apply the job, and there is a direct interaction with the employer, and people with any disability can online register on this job portal so that they can have this access. So there is a small video about this Rozgar Sarthi also for the complete information. Mansi.
हे किती राज्यात त्यांची शाखा आहेत ते मला ह्याच्यावरनं प्रिंट करून दे सारथीची.
Rozgar Sarathi is a unique technology intervention which makes job opportunities for differently abled people accessible by connecting them with coveted employers across India. This technologically advanced solution is AA compliant as per WCAG guidelines and is the brainchild of Sarthak Educational Trust, dedicatedly working in disability sector for the last 13 years. Let us take you through the key highlights of the platform. Rozgar Sarathi will support Mission Million of Sarthak to empower 1 million PWDs by 2025. The platform will assist 1,000 plus national state level hiring partners of Sarthak in screening and selection of skilled PWD workforce. Apart from the private job posts, the platform will also host government jobs for PWDs. The platform is accessible to candidates with 21 disability types on mobile devices and desktops. The application intends to transform lives of persons with disability by providing them employment opportunities, provide platform to employers from various sectors to hire skilled workforce, increase efficiency of Sarthak's administrative team through intelligent monitoring and tracking features powered by data analytics-driven report production system and dashboards. Let us look at how Rozgar Sarathi works for each user role. On successful registration and profile creation, candidates can view job posts, apply for jobs, and track job application status on the platform. Candidates can also filter jobs based on roles, employer, and job location. Depending upon the nature of job posted by the employer, candidate may have to attempt pre-assessment test before applying for a job. The platform provides a seamless communication channel between candidate and employer with job notification alert feature. The platform also provides a dedicated interview room where candidates receive job interview invitations with interview schedule from employers. After a successful job placement, candidate can download their job offer letter from the platform. Rozgar Sarathi provides user-friendly interface to employers from any sector to create and post jobs specific to a disability type. Employers can easily manage job post and job applications on the platform. The platform also provides dedicated screen to employers to monitor, track, and download reports related to job applications. On Rozgar Sarathi, employers may also configure pre-assessment test if required and send interview invitations through dedicated interview room on the platform. The interviews can be conducted online or offline as per the employer's requirement. Rozgar Sarathi provides role-based access to head office members and center managers of Sarthak Educational Trust. The platform empowers the administrative team through readily available information provided by dedicated dashboards, custom FAQs, and report production system. The admin can manage skill center, review job posts, track job applications, manage users on the platform, send SMS and email notifications to all the candidates for a job role, and line up candidates for a job post. To ensure active engagement of employer with the platform, the admin can also send feedback form to the non-active employers on the platform. Besides the regular job posts, the admin can also post government jobs, create, manage, and track job fairs on Rozgar Sarathi.
Yeah, oh, thank you. So, and we are also coming up with the e-learning management solution for people with disability. It's called Gyan Sarthi. So by this year end, this will be live. And there are a few other things that we are also coming up with a global resource center for people with disability. So it's a place where all the services for all disability will be available. And in the end, I like to say again to all NGOs who are there on these platforms to partner with Sarthak so that we can have some dialogue or some empowerment program, and students who are there studying in the university to register them through the Rozgar portal so that they can access jobs there in the market. And with the university, I like to say that we'll be happy to do some program for people with disability in the university. So in the end, I'd like to thank the entire university, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, and the other faculty members for inviting Sarthak, and hope, I think it will give I think this session was informative for all the participants. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us the detailed information of Sarthak Institute. Also telling us about the apps, platforms, programs that you have come for the people with disabilities.
बंद केले त्यामुळे तुमच्या आवाजात चलते आता खिचडी करायला लागा मध्ये खाल्लं पण
Is there any problem? Nazima Huzruk ma'am, can you please mute yourself? Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I would like to say thank you that you have went through so much like apps like Cap Sarthi app, which is easily accessible, and also the job opportunities. Not only the job opportunities, but also the job trainings that the people need through the Rozgar Sarthi. So I would really like to thank you so much, sir, for coming here and giving us the detailed information and enlightening us.
Thank you.
Now, moving forward, I would like to welcome for the presidential remarks Dr. P.S. Patil, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. The keynote speaker of today's function, Honorable Dr. Jitendraji Agarwal, founder and CEO, Sarthak Educational Trust, New Delhi. Dr. Pratibha Desai, madam, who is a convener of this webinar and coordinator of UGC-Scheme for persons with disability, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Dr. M.S. Vaswani, who is working as assistant professor at Department of English. Dr. V.N. Shinde, in charge registrar, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Sri Ajit Chaugale, finance and accounts officer of Shivaji University. Honorable member of Senate, Srimati Nasima Huzruk, madam, who is also present over here in the audience, and my dear participant friends. I am indeed very happy to be here on the occasion of this inaugural function of 2 days national level webinar on NGOs initiatives and intervention in disability sector, which is organized by UGC-Scheme for persons with disability at Shivaji University, Kolhapur. At the onset, I should congratulate Dr. Pratibha Desai, madam, and her team because of selection of today's keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Jitendraji Agarwal, who has enlightened us for the last half an hour. We were listening and we got to know entire dimensions of the activities that this particular NGO has undertaken for the persons with disabilities. I am personally thankful to you for your very impressive talk and very impressive activities that your Sarthak is doing for the persons with disabilities. We at Shivaji University, Kolhapur will be very happy to join hands with Sarthak, and we will definitely take a lead in establishing a center on the Shivaji University campus. And we would like to partner with you in order to undertake different activities for the persons with disabilities in Sangli, Kolhapur and Satara districts, which is the jurisdiction of Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So, in fact, your lecture was so wonderful. I am speechless because you have given us so many ideas and so many activities and so many videos that you have shown. And you have also supplemented this particular talk with some figures and quantitative analysis of the persons with disabilities. I myself got surprised to know that about 10 to 15 crores of people in the country are having some sort of disabilities, and only 0.1% and they are employed currently. And your institute is basically looking after their employability and giving the skills, proper skills so that they will be empowered and they will get jobs in future. This is wonderful. This is a really wonderful activity that you are doing in Sarthak. In fact, in Shivaji University also, we have undertaken several activities, but we have not gone far ahead. We have, of course, conducted some seminars and workshops like this in order to spread awareness amongst the persons with disabilities. And we have undertaken a few activities related to empowerment of persons with disabilities. We have recently conducted one innovation meet, especially for the persons with disabilities. And yesterday only, we visited one institute which is nearby Kolhapur, which is called as Helpers of Handicap. And there we have undertaken one program only for those persons. And we wanted to explore the possibilities of innovation and research aptitude in them. And in fact, we got surprised to know that some of the students are doing wonderfully good and they really have some spark as far as innovation is concerned. And then we shortlisted the candidates who have taken part in this particular competition. And we have now the list of winners who are there. And we have shortlisted the candidates to whom we are going to offer all the supports from the university side, including the financial support and the support from the people who are expert in that particular aspect. For example, a person who has invented a special wheelchair which can climb on the staircase, which can help climbing the bus, climbing into the bus and railways and other things. That particular invention is really wonderful and out of box. And that is totally indigenous. The idea is by that person with disability, and after the idea has been translated into the product, and the product is also indigenously prepared in the same institute. And therefore, that particular invention that we are going to support, and we are going to support that person and the candidate in the Shivaji University. We have established a Section 8 which is called as the Shivaji University Research and Development Foundation. And Maharashtra State Innovation Society has given us a lot of substantial funding in order to promote research and innovation amongst the stakeholders of the university. And we are conducting all these particular meets for all the stakeholders. Like we have conducted an innovation meet for the farmers. We have conducted only innovation meet for the students. And yesterday we have conducted a program for the persons with disabilities. And in future, we are going to have several such programs. One innovation meet per month we are going to organize. But especially as far as this webinar is concerned, yesterday's program was wonderful. And we got to know that there are students, there are persons with disabilities, they have research aptitude, they have come up with several innovations, and we're also helping them in filing the patents, and in future we'll also help them in commercialization of the patents. Entire support will be given by the university, and that is the way, that is the unique way through which we are going to help those students there. And this activity will be expanded in future, and this activity will be undertaken in all the districts, which is the jurisdiction of the university. However, sir, Agarwal ji, you have given so many ideas that we are definitely excited. And in fact, we got a lot of energy from your talk, energy to do more in this particular sector, which is unexplored as far as our region is concerned. And we have got many ideas from your talk. Your institution with Sarthak, and why not to start initially by signing memorandum of understanding with Sarthak Foundation. So if there is any possibility, then we shall start with memorandum of understanding, and then we can have some sort of perspective plan, maybe 5 years. And that should be in line with the vision and mission of Sarthak, and that will be definitely beneficial for our university also. We will take an entire ecosystem that you have developed for these people, and we together can do a lot of things. So team, we will together make a good team, I think, which is for the betterment of the people with disabilities in this particular sector. We will help you to reach to the rural areas, because most of the areas in this university is a rural. 80% of the people lives in the rural area and remote areas also. And it is also necessary for us to reach to those persons who are staying in remote areas and remote villages, which are, I mean, it is very difficult for a regular person to have contact with the universities and colleges and to be in the mainstream of the higher education. Then we can imagine how difficult it would be for all the persons with disabilities who are staying in these particular areas to be in the mainstream and to take a higher education. So we will definitely try our level best after joining hands with you, and we will definitely implement many programs after signing the memorandum of understanding. And you can also guide us, sir, throughout our activities. You can also guide us, you can monitor us, and you can also give us some sort of, say, targets to be achieved, maybe targets to be achieved within 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years, something like that. Because I'm pretty impressed that your your institution has got a mission of training and uplifting 1 million persons with disabilities by 2025. This is really an ambitious, but this particular ambition will become true and will become reality very soon, because you have taken an active lead with a lot of innovative ideas, like development of the app, like Rozgar Sarthi app, job portals for the persons with disabilities, then like different capacity building programs, and this organization of Olympics. That is again a very new idea for us. And we can also encourage our students to take part in Olympics because if really they want to take part, if they want to participate in these, we need to upgrade their skills, and we need to help them to reach excellence in that particular skill. I will be very happy to share with you that our university is one of the best universities in the state, in which we have very good sportsmen. The students are taking participation and winning medals, several medals in national as well as international sport events. But then we have to again look into the sports activities taken by the persons with disabilities in our university, and then maybe we have to design the program for those persons if there is any special program for their upliftment in the sports. Then many such, I mean, it would be difficult for me to summarize entire things that you have told us within the last 1 hour in a short time. As you know, you have emphasized a lot related to Sarthak Zeet program, which are taking interest in job entrepreneurship, empowerment training, digital literacy program, and campus connect program. So, of course, sustainable development program, which is being undertaken by your institution, is also very, very impressive. And the 3 steps that you have told us, that early identification of these persons with disabilities, then prevention of disabilities in the childhood itself, is one of the mission statement of your institution. I think that is imperative, and that will help in eradicating the persons with disabilities probably, and we can help them in bringing in the mainstream. This particular activity can also be taken it depends on the manpower that we have with us, but we can also take help of some of the institutions and local organizations. Sima Huzruk Madam is here, and we can also join hands with some of the NGOs in and around Kolhapur, and we can also undertake these activities of early identification and prevention of disabilities. So this will be one of the worth activities that we may be interested in undertaking this activity. So, sir, at the end, I would like to summarize that your talk was wonderful. It was full with lot of activities and development of ecosystems for bringing these people into the mainstream. Maybe it is early education, school education, college education, higher education, and integration of skill education into higher education. So that after all, the employability of these persons with disabilities will be enhanced and they will lead a normal life. They will definitely, some of the videos that definitely showed that how satisfied these people are in their jobs. They are doing job, and that has boosted their confidence to such a great extent that they started enjoying that particular activity. You are also connected with the companies like Amazon, Flipkart, and so on and so forth, Make My Trip, where you are helping these those particular activities. Digital literacy is wonderful, which is elevating the standards of the persons with disabilities. So, in short, sir, we are very eager to meet you in person, and on this particular platform, would like to invite you to come over here because now the COVID has been subsided to a better extent. So whenever you have time, you please come over here. And in the meantime, we can also discuss discuss with you related to signing up the MOUs. And definitely our university will take a lead in interacting with your institute and doing something good for the persons with disabilities. So once again, I would like to thank you, sir, for your enlightened speech and giving us a lot of introduction to a lot of activities that you are doing at your institute, Sarthak. Once again, at Shivaji University Kolhapur, because they have connected with you, they have invited you on this particular platform, and there are many students, many teachers over here who will who would have got a lot of benefits from your particular talk. In these coming 2 days, there will be many speakers who are talking, who are giving invited talks on different aspects, and Dr. Desai Madam will summarize the webinar activities of these 2 days, and we will also discuss on what is the next action to be taken from the university side, so that we want to do something substantial in this particular area, and we need help from you people, and definitely we will come up with some nice programs. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, on behalf of myself and Shivaji University, I would like to thank you for your very enlightenment and scintillating talk. So much, and we
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Maybe there is some connection problem. But thank you, sir, for sharing your thought and giving us your valuable time. Now, before moving to the vote of thanks of inaugural session, our second session will be starting soon, and there are many other people on foundations who are going to share their PPTs and their presentations. So before that, I would like to take Agrawal's sir's permission and
Kalyani,
yes,
hello,
ma'am?
1 minute. Sir is once again that last point he will complete. Then you can call for next. Sir, close, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir, there was some
And you can
network.
conclude, sir.
There was some network issue. So I just wanted to thank everyone for organizing such a wonderful workshop and inviting such a wonderful people who have worked in this particular area. Thank you so much.
Thank
you,
sir.
sir.
The best.
Over to Kalyan.
Once again, thank you, sir, for giving your valuable time and sharing your thoughts on this program. Before moving to the vote of thanks of the inaugural session, I would like to say that we will be starting our second session immediately after the vote of thanks. So please, we need all the participants to be present. And with your permission, Agrawal sir, there are not questions, but there are thoughts that have been shared on the chat box. Is it okay that I share with you or tell them to you?
Yeah, please.
So there is Ketki Bardali ma'am. She says that it was great to learn about Sarthak's NAAI. Our students participated and won the prizes in the events held in the past under aegis of Amar Jyoti Charitable Trust. Then there is Dr. V. Janaki. She says, awesome to know about Sarthak's initiatives. I'm surprised that not many of them are aware, but I'm sure after this initiative, many people will get to know about it. Then another comment is that need for building linkages, I think both across disabilities and mainstream society. And there is Milind Kamble from Satara. He says, Sarthak इट इज इन मराठी सार्थक संस्थेचे माणुसकीचा कामाचा परिचय करून दिला त्याबद्दल विद्यापीठाचे मनापासून अभिनंदन सो ही कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट्स द युनिव्हर्सिटी फॉर इन्व्हाइटिंग यू those are the
Sarthak's humanitarian work is to be most appreciable, and we got many comments particularly for the Sarthak, and I think that this NGO this webinar has given the wide, that means about the Sarthak activities, and I hope that they will implement it overall, sir. Thank you.
Yes, surely, ma'am. Surely we'll partner and we'll surely work together, ma'am. Surely, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving towards the vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Dr. Vishal Over, Assistant Professor, YCSRD, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I am Dr. Vishal Over here for the vote of thanks of these particular sessions. Today we had a very attractive, charming, beloved and obsessive personalities in the different sectors like the research sectors and social sectors. Dr. Jitendra Agarwal sir presenting a role as a keynote address of this inaugural section. Therefore, I thanks to Agarwal sir for providing a very essentials and important information regarding the disability sections of our society. Also, I thankful to provide Chancellor sir for presenting their very important and essentials observations and your own opinions and thoughts on this particular keynote speech. Also, I thankful to Dr. respected V.N. Shinde sir, IC Registrar, also Shri Ajit Saugule sir, Finance and Accountant Officers of Shivaji University for being a part of this particular nationals webinars. I also thankful to Pratibha Desai ma'ams and all participants, all delegates for participated in this particular nationals webinars on the disability sections of our society. Also, I thankful to all for providing me a great opportunity for these particular sessions. Thank you very much. With the permissions of chairs, I declare this inaugural session has been over. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Being with us, sir. Hello, our participants are requested to remain, and next session will be start. Kalyani, to welcome that session coordinator.
Yes, ma'am. We will start our second session immediately. Our second session's coordinator is Dr. Vishal Over, sir. I request this session's coordinator, Dr. Vishal Over, Assistant Professor, YCSRD, Shivaji University, Kolhapur, to introduce us to the speakers of this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of the departments of sociology, and Shivaji University, Kolhapur, I heartily welcome to you all on the occasions of the two-day national webinars on the NGO initiatives and interventions in the disability sections. Today we have a very great and all-rounder personality in the social work of the P.R. Madhavan sir. I introduce about the sirs. P.R. Madhavan is the founders and proprietors of the Sai Rehabilitations and Sirs for the betterments of the differently disabled segments of our society. He is also the founder, secretary, and play an active role in the runnings of the Adarsh Charitable Trust, a NGO for the differently abled children. The institutions has more than 500 kids and 145 staffs to support them. Before the starting into the rehabilitations field, Mr. Mahadevans was full-time the banker with the Federal Bank. His passions for helping people in need and bringing them into the mainstream result in the start of the Sai Rehabilitations, an entity that work for the differently abled community. They hold immense pride in providing solutions rather than the product like the orthosis, prosthesis, podiatrics, children with the disability, geriatric solutions, etc. He was also the convener for the National Trust Ernakulam's districts for the 6 years and presenter, member of the State Disability Boards constituted under the RPW Act. His strong desire for the better world for the differently abled has made in the excels in his segment since 25 years. I request P.R. Madhavan sir, please guide us on these occasions of the national webinars for the disability sections. P.R. Madhavan sir.
Well, sir, are you here, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Am I audible to you?
Yes. You are audible, sir. Hello, sir, you can start.
Shall I?
Yes.
But my video, when it works, my audio is not working. Are you able to see me?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
What about my video? You are able to see me also?
Sir, you are only audible. We are not able to see you.
Let me just try. What about now?
No, sir.
Yes, you can carry, sir. No problem.
Sir, if it is okay, you can only do the. It's okay.
That is fine. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, my daughter is there. She will be showing some videos for you because unfortunately, my net connection is actually a bit difficult today. So I'm actually from my iPhone. So there's some kind of problem in between. I'm so sorry for
No problem, sir.
able to solve that issue. Thank you very much for inviting others. Excellent program because I was watching how Dr. Jitendra was actually telling about Sarthak and all. It was an eye-opener even for people like us who are actually working in the field for the last 25 years. With wonder, actually, I was watching how Sarthak was actually interfering in the good work of these people with different difficulties and differently able people. It was an eye-opener for us, and thank you for giving this opportunity for us to hear about Sarthak as well as for this chance for us to present our institute to you. Thank you so much. Now, others actually is a non-NGO working from Cochin, Kerala. We started about 24 years back with about 17 children in our board. We mainly focus on 5 disabilities like cerebral palsy, autism, Down syndrome, multiple disability, and learning disorder. We have at present about 550 kids, and we started with about 15 kids about 24 years back. This main center is in Cochin, where we have about 150 staff. Now, if you take the whole disability rehabilitation, am I audible? Hello? Am
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, if you take the whole a child as a circle, we start with birth. So ours have a program called at risk hospital where near is important. What we do is we actually we have a boy who is been actually evaluating the child. She a technician. She will hospital on a designated day, like she will hospital, and in each
One second, your voice is cracking. We can't hear you clearly.
okay. Hello.
Yeah, your voice is cracking. We can't hear you properly.
What about Dr. Pratibha and Kalyani? Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. It's cracking a little bit.
Now it's okay, sir.
Let me try. Okay. So we have various projects to help.
It's okay now, sir.
Okay, that's fine. We have got various projects for helping the kids. Out of that, the first project at risk baby. Here, what we do is actually, the idea is actually to identify the disability immediately after birth. All these projects as at risk baby unit. What we do is see the exact reason nobody knows. You know that disabilities which you address, like cerebral palsy, autism, or multiple disabilities, are actually neurological. Okay, clear to you now? Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, now you are audible.
Okay, okay. Let me try. Okay, so it is even though the exact reason for this disability is yet to be clearly proved. Certain criteria are baby is below certain 8,000 and there is a problem.
Sir, there is a problem with your mic. It's cracking.
We are not able to hear.
Yeah. Can you please move up your volume? Like it's low. It's little low. We can't hear you.
I will do one thing. Let me just try something else.
Sir, until then you can say to Kolhapur to share the video. That's it, okay. I have.
Hello. How it is now?
I have made her presenter. She can present the video. She can share the video from there.
No, that is how it is now. Is it audible now?
It's better. It's better.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me try this time. Okay. So what I was telling is, we have got various projects for helping these kids. One, the main project is that we have got something called at-risk baby unit. See, the whole idea behind this project is we don't know the exact reason for a child getting disabled. It is yet to be proved, but there are certain criteria under which a child is born. The probability of getting disabled is very high. Like if the birth weight is below certain grams, or if there is a problem in delivery, there is the delivery is premature, or there is actually some record, previous records in this family, or if the parents are drug addicts or drunkards, something like that. There are certain criteria in which if a child is born, that the chances of getting disability is very high. So we call these children born under this criteria as they are at risk. So we have got a project called At Risk Baby Unit. What we do is we have a tie-up with various major hospitals in and around Cochin, where neonatology is focused. So we have a staff which is trained in early intervention. She is a developmental technician. She will actually visit this hospital on a particular day On a Monday, she visit hospital A. Tuesday, she visit hospital B. Like that, she has got a program of visiting 6 hospitals on a week. Then she actually, take the records of the deliveries happen on that particular week. And if any child is born under this criteria, that child is actually noticed and is picked up, and we will monitor that child from day one, so that early intervention is done at the best time. You may be knowing that we cannot actually tell how and when a child will become distant. How can we identify it? We will identify a disability of a child when there is a lack of developmental milestones, or there is a delay in developmental milestones, or the developmental milestone is absent. So when we evaluate the child at birth itself, am I not audible to you even now, Kalyani?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, so we can immediately intervene in the case of the child, so that at the birth itself a child is evaluated. If the child is actually born under this particular criteria where there is a risk, we call this child is at a risk. So immediately when we identify there is an aberration from the routine milestone, we immediately take the child to a main center where the early intervention is best. We have got a full unit of early intervention. As you all know, development of the brain happens up to 5 to 6 years. So whatever we can impart within this child is more important for us. For in the case of differently abled child, or in the case of any child, the first 5 to 6 years is absolutely important. So whatever interventions you do within this 5 to 6 months, 5 to 6 years, that will be probably giving the best result. We all know that. So what we do is we have got an excellent early intervention unit. So whichever child we happen to find in our activities baby unit, we bring them to this early intervention center. And for your information, Kerala has got an absolute excellent facilities for this early intervention and at-risk baby, because in almost all the districts of Kerala, we have got an early intervention center run by the government. So you can see how much important we are attaching to this early intervention of a child, because in our case itself, over the past 24 years, we might have sent about 85 children to normal stream. That doesn't mean that they became a normal child, because the problem with these kids are, as I told you, it is neurological impairment, which cannot be treated, because this is not a disease, this is a condition. Since this being a condition, what best we can do is we can only improve the condition. There is no question of actually treating them and bringing them actually as a normal kids. They will be having the disability. Why sending them back to the normal stream? What we mean is they are actually equipped to face the challenge of a normal stream. That's all. The last 24 years, we might have sent about 85 children to the normal stream. They are all studying in various schools in and around Cochin. In that 85 kids, about 72 plus kids are gone from this early intervention center. So you know how much important this early intervention center is. So, so our endeavor and our trial is actually to send as many children as possible to the normal stream. So now I request Purnima to show a very small video of our early intervention unit. Purnima, please, can you?
Yes, yes, just sharing. Is it visible?
Yes, it
It
is.
is.
Early intervention max 300 में से 82 normal हुए. शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी का 2 दिन वेबिनार है, सुबह 10:30 से 5:30. तो आखिर का जो स्पीच है ना, पहला अब भी शुरू
Thank you, Purnima. So our first step is over so the early intervention. After early intervention, so our endeavor, our trial is to send maximum children to the normal state. If that doesn't happen, we have got a full-fledged team of rehabilitation experts. As you all know, this rehabilitation is for giving a comprehensive rehabilitation. We need a full team of rehabilitation experts. We start from clinical doctors, where clinical intervention is necessary. In others, we have got all these clinical experts, right from physicians, orthopedic surgeons, neurologists, dental surgeons, because many of these kids will have accessory also, and the problems like dental problems will be there, ophthalmological problems will be there, there'll be hearing impairment will be there. So that associate problems. So we have to address all these problems both clinically as well as socially. So if you ask me if this is a social problem alone, I will say it is not a social problem alone. It is a clinical problem as well as a social problem. So what we need is an integration between the clinical experts as well as the rehabilitation experts as well as the social experts. So in our case, we have all the clinical experts in intact. Like we have got, as I told you, we have got tie-up with the hospitals where neurology, what do you call it, support will be given, orthopedic support will be given. Then physicians are there. Then ophthalmological, for ophthalmological support, we have got ophthalmologists, we have got dentists, we have got psychologists, we have got psychiatrists. So that part is taken care of. So whenever a surgical intervention is required, it is done. So everything is done. Then we come to that the rehabilitation part. The rehabilitation part, to fulfill that, we need a comprehensive rehabilitation team. This team includes, as you all know, it includes physiotherapists, it includes occupational therapy, special educators, then speech therapists, then psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers. We have got all these intact there. We have got, in fact, about 148 staff to take care of 550 children. So our next step is to see in the early intervention, as I told you, we have got children from 3 months to 3 years. So our best trial is within 3 years. After 3 years, again our trial for sending them to normal stream will continue. So in the main center, we have got all these facilities. We have got an excellent physiotherapy room. We have got an excellent occupational therapy room. We have got an excellent hydrotherapy. We have got excellent sensory integrations. Everything is there. So our trial will continue till 18 years. So till 18 years, what the earmark of 18 years, that our entire will be there. After 18 years, when the children become adult, then our vocational rehabilitation center will start. Now, if you ask me, in the recent past, the IT related rehabilitation has excelled in all this angle. I will now request Purnima to show a small video on the latest technology we have in sensory integration as well as in IT segment. Purnima, can you please do it? This is our sensory integration room. In this room, actually, what you do is that, these children, especially autistic as well as multiple disabled children, will not have that sensory integrations. Like this is actually an excellent tool, which is actually related to exploiting ITs into rehabilitation. This is a virtual rehabilitation segment which you are seeing now. This is a gamified platform with the support of TCS and a new startup company. We have introduced this. Through this software, actually, you have a gamified platform where you can have, we can play the game as well as we can do all the children will be doing the exercises. It's very easy. And more important is you can quantify it. That's the most important part of it. So that you can see how much you have done, what best you have done, and how the improvement is happening, and whether there is any corrections required intermittently, and everything is codified. Everything is codified in a quantity as well as in a graph, so that you can see how a child is improved or if there is improvement is getting. For this matter, what happens is that we don't have any specific syllabus of how to address a child's disability. The experience shows that, because there is no text where it is given that this is the way you have to go to get a child rehabilitated. In fact, if you take all our 550 kids, all our 550 kids are actually individuals. If you take two child, they don't have a common problem. We do classify them into 7 or 8 into one class. That is for our convenience only. But actually speaking, for as far as a rehabilitation concept is concerned, each child should be addressed independently, individually, because each child is different from other child. Which means we don't have a what you call specific syllabus or specific system by which we can rehabilitate a child. So then what we will do? So the experts will sit together, they will evaluate the child. The evaluation of the child is the most important thing, where where the child stands as it presents. Then we select a route by which what are the therapies the child knows. These experts are actually, includes clinical experts, rehabilitators like physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, and all. They all sit and evaluate the child, then decide the process of the child, how to bring the child back to normalcy, or how to rehabilitate the child. Then after fixing that program, then we will give that facility, that infrastructure and facilities for the child. In others, we have got this infrastructure and facility, and through this facility, we exploit the child. And our endeavor is actually, we will never focus on the disability of the child. Why? Because the disability is actually happened because of a brain damage. So rectifying that disability, of course, there are actually, we can clinically intervene, we can socially intervene, but the possibility or probability of getting the disability completely cured or completely rectified is very minimal. So as far as a rehabilitation people are concerned, our eye will be always on the positive faculties, on the abilities. So we'll be focusing on the abilities, and our responsibility, our role is actually to give an environment for these kids to improve that positive faculties or abilities, so that will compensate the disabilities. So in a nutshell, this is a very simple thing we are doing. So we are not looking at the disability of the child at all. If a child doesn't walk, we never say the child doesn't walk. We never see that, because we know that the child cannot walk. But what we focus is on the other aspect. Even without walking, or even without we will is visually fully corrected, how can a child be how can a child do a day-to-day activity? How can she be actually put into the normal stream? That is what our efforts are. For that, we are creating an environment, especially schools like others. In Kerala, we are very fortunate that we have got about 450 plus NGOs working in this field. Over and above, we have got a concept called Buds School. In this Buds School, what the government has done is, in every panchayat, they have got a school for these kids. Special schools are there in every panchayat. In fact, the first Batsu school was started with the tie-up with others, and we only help the government to start the first 4 or 5 Batsu school. After that, government took it as a big project, and now in almost all the panchayat, about 1,200 panchayat, the government has a system called Batsu school. Why this is important is that in almost all the case of children with disabilities, mobility is a very big issue. So I'm having a good school in others in Kerala or in Kochi. That doesn't mean that a child from faraway places, from the furthermost district of Kerala, cannot travel 500 or 600 kilometers and come to this school and avail these facilities. So instead of the child coming to the school has go to the child, because mobility is a very big issue, and finance is also a very big issue, because it is not possible for all the parents to bring their child to a particular school. So even if the school is the best one, there are limitations for a parent to bring the child to school. So what we are doing is, what the government of Kerala is doing is, they are actually spreading this school across the state of Kerala. So we have got a concept called Batsu school, as I told you, which is actually having in almost all the panchayats. Then this NGOs like others itself, we are having about 400 plus NGOs across Kerala. And as far as others is concerned, what our other one of our another praiseworthy project is, we call home-based rehabilitation, because on an analysis, when we evaluate the children around in and around others, when we take a what you call, their details, we could find that there are many kids in and or others. They are neither going to any special center like others, or are getting any kind of help. So we could find a lot of kids like that. The reasons are two. One is actually their proficiency of their disability. If the disability is too wide, they cannot naturally even move out of their house because totally they are bedridden. Second is actually their financial condition. Their financial condition is so weak that both the parents has to go for work, and that doesn't allow them, or that doesn't give them a cushion for them to take this child to any center like this. So we have started an excellent project called home-based rehabilitation. For this, what we are doing is, we have got a unit, we have got a team in which one physiotherapist will be there, one social worker will be there, and one special educator will be there. We have got a van, and we visit the child. Instead of the child coming to the home, we visit the child. Like that, we are actually helping about 18 panchayat in and around our school, covering about 150 kids. Otherwise, these kids would not have got any kind of rehabilitation measures at all. And to our surprise, or I'm very glad to inform you that out of that, about 15 to 20 kids have been actually improved, and now they have started coming to others, and now they have been mainstreamed. So this is another excellent project we have. And recently, now I think my time is almost over. And recently, for the kids about 18 plus, we have started an excellent vocational rehabilitation center in which we are actually introducing about 8 noteworthy vocational rehabilitation. We have already started that. Only this COVID is actually preventing us from going all out. We have already started a very big cake baking on it, and in which we are and the chapati making only. We are making about 5 to 6 thousand chapatis a day, and we are employing about 30 to 35 kids there. And we have already started one cafeteria called Melting Hearts, which is fully run by these kids. We are going to have one agri-based rehabilitation, because in Kerala Agriculture University, they are doing some yeoman service integrating agriculture into rehabilitation. We have joined with them. We have signed an MOU with them, and we are almost starting agri-based rehabilitation, which will employ another 20 to 25 kids. And some other unit like napkin making, and a computer aided what you call computer aided outsourcing computer technology, computer jobs, and all this another vocational rehabilitation we are planning. All this will be implemented within a phase of say 2 to 3 months time, where as a total we want to employ about 250 to 300 kids. So this is what in a nutshell we do. And in the case of education, as I told you, our endeavor is to send as many kids as possible to the normal stream only. But for those kids whom cannot be actually put it in normal stream, however we try, at the same time they can pursue some kind of education. We actually got a tie-up with the National Open School, and ours is actually one of the accredited center where we impart education, so-called normal education, and an open schooling scheme. And about 12 of our kids have already passed the +2, and some are actually studying for graduations also. So as far as the whole state is concerned, fortunately, the state government is actually giving immense importance for these children with disabilities. So they have got actually programs for early intervention. They have got programs for special schools. So they have taken a lot of efforts for bringing these kids into normal stream, which means a majority of the percentage of our children with disabilities are being attended to some kind of rehabilitation measures in Kerala. I'm very happy to inform you all that. And I think my time is almost over, though I have a couple of points more. I think if any questions are there, I'll be glad to answer that. Thank you once again for giving me this excellent opportunity. And in case of any help, or in case of any coordinations, of course, I would like to coordinate with Saket. In case of anything else, you can please come back to us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing about your institute and telling us how you are empowering the children there with the rehabilitation and the intervention centers. If anybody in the chat box, in the participants have any questions, they can please ask it in the chat box. Sir, is it okay if we wait for 5 minutes?
Absolutely.
So the questions will come.
Kalyani,
Absolutely.
we will take questions at the end.
If anybody...
So you can call next speaker.
Okay, till then we will complete the next speakers, and at the end of the session we will take the question and answer session. To introduce the next speaker.
1 minute, Kalyani, 1 minute.
Yes,
All participants are requested to send their questions with the name of the speaker. That is very easy to ask the particular speaker. Okay, carry on, sir.
Yes. So to introduce the next speaker, I request once again Dr. Vishal sir to take over the... Sir, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Madhavan sir. Your work, your actions, and your thought is very essential for the disability sections of our society. Now we will start the next sessions of the Ketki Bardwal, Executive Director. I will introduce very briefly about her. She worked as a legislations and advocacy at the Jagruti Unit of Actions for the Disability Developments and Inclusive at the AADI New Delhi from 2005 to 2007. Moreover, worked as the advisor to the Rehabilitation Councils of the India Outreach Division, Distance Mode Training, Navashikhar channels and Punarbhav portals during 2007 and 2008. She was the executive director of the Foundations for the Social Transformations, Indigenous Philanthropic Initiatives for the Enabling Northeast India during the 2008 and 12. She had the consultant for the Sainiki Waves project of the Northeast Network, a women's rights organizations in 2018. She is the team member of the Sant Jude Child Care Centers, Guwahati. Once again, I welcome to ma'am. Please guide us on that particular topic.
Hello, and thank you very much for. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction. Basically, I'm going to be talking about this organization that I work for, which is Shivaji. And it's, I've been associated with the organization from way back in 1989 for about 14-15 years. I was actively involved with the formative years of the organization, and now I've come back. I was away for a while working at Adi and other places, and I've come back to work at Shivaji. Actually, it's improper for me to start like this. I would like to firstly thank Shivaji University for this opportunity to speak about the work that we do. And I'm really, I think I speak on behalf of all NGOs working in the disability sector, because disability is kind of like marginalized, and it's not, it's not part of the mainstream by and large. And when anybody recognizes the work that organizations do in this sector, it's very encouraging and motivates us to do more. And that you have been able to find this connect between the UGC scheme and using an opportunity like this to hold this webinar where people from all over the country are going to be sharing about the work that they do. And I mean, the fact that you are out there in Kolhapur and we are out here in Assam and Northeast India, this opportunity to connect and share about our work is something quite fantastic. And I really salute Shivaji University for taking this initiative. I'm also inspired by the work of Dr. Jitendra Agarwal, who spoke in the inaugural session. Quite amazing, and in such a short span of time, such a lot of path-breaking work. And even as I just heard Mr. Mahadevan talk about the Adarsh Charitable Trust, we do very similar work. I have a PowerPoint. I don't have films, but I have a PowerPoint. Is it okay if I share it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is my screen visible to you?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it is.
Full slideshow.
Yeah. So I'm basically, our organization is 35 years old, and it's been around. So it's been around for a while. And I'm just going to take you through this journey of the organization. So you also, as students and other people who are attending this program, you're getting a sense of what different people are doing about disability, but also like a journey of an organization, what happens, how easy or hard it is to set up an NGO, for instance, working in this sector. So this is a photograph of the work, just sort of to symbolize the work that we do. We work with a kind of a rights-based approach in the services that we run at Shivaji. So we started with a modest beginnings. Is it possible for Mr. Mahadevan to just mute his mic, please? Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Yeah, just if you could just mute. Yeah. So as I was telling you, so we started with just 2 children in one room, one trained special educator, and a group of very concerned parents and family members, volunteers, and token contributions from people around. And initially in 1987, when we started working for children with cerebral palsy, there was absolutely no awareness about CP. People just couldn't understand what it was all about, and it was all confused with being mad and, sort of outcast of society. People were shy to own up to the fact that they had a child with disability in their homes, and they kept them locked away a lot and didn't really, talk about it. So door-to-door visits were made to create awareness amongst the families, to shed those inhibitions and to bring those children in for therapy and the inputs. And we did, started with small fundraiser events to create some public awareness about the situation and the needs of children with cerebral palsy. Also started the process. This is the first 3-4 years, started the process of, engaging with government for legal compliances, looking and getting grants from different sources for the equipment, for salaries, for the land allotment, and so on. These are just some photographs of those early days and the founder members of our organizations. Then in the next phase, between 1990 and say 1997, roughly, the numbers started to grow. The services became regular. We had a daycare center and a outdoor service for children with cerebral palsy. And also in the early days, it was very difficult to find people to come in and work in the sector. In those days, there were not very many trained professionals available, particularly in Assam and Northeast. So the volunteers that we had who worked with us learned on the job, learned from experts from Calcutta. We were affiliated to what is now called the Indian Institute of Cerebral Palsy in Kolkata. And we had a transdisciplinary approach. So the person who interacted with the child had to have knowledge about all domains of development, about therapy, about special education, to be able to be a bit of a counselor and everything. And as we went along, we trained ourselves, we strengthened our affiliations with experts, raised awareness, held open days to create awareness about the work we did, engaged with medical professionals for early intervention. I mean, this has been it was a tough journey because we also had a lot of children who would be brought and the doctor's prescriptions would say wait and see, which was so difficult because such precious time, as Mr. Mahadevan mentioned earlier, the whole thing about intervening as early as possible and maximizing on that neuroplasticity of the brain concept to sort of improve abilities that latent abilities and yeah, so those things were those aspects of our work took precedence at the time then. And of course, as an organization, the importance of documentation, reporting, accounts, compliances, etc. And all then government allotment of land for us, building construction, building our own building. All these were part of our journey. What's happened to my, sorry. Just to go back, that was a picture of some of the intense activities that we did in those days. And then the sort of more crystallization of the work, the Center for Special Education, the outdoor services for children with delayed development and disabilities. We started training programs. We started RCI recognized training programs, short and long-term courses, distance and contact-based sessions, to create a cadre of trained professionals, and the paucity of which we ourselves had experienced earlier, and slowly tried to, train more and more people to learn about disability, about interventions, about special education, through a variety, a combination of different kinds of training programs. And the other thing that we did was set up a disability law unit, which is a very vibrant part of our work for advocacy of rights, creating awareness about, and legal literacy on the one hand, legal counsel and litigation support, talking to lawyers and creating a pool of committed lawyers who would be available to do pro bono work for people with disabilities to redress their grievances. This would have been after 1995, when the Persons with Disabilities Act was enacted. And so we did a lot of advocacy and awareness about rights of people with disability. We were still very dependent on government grants and small donations and volunteerism for sustaining our work in those days. Some scenes from the various programs that we were conducting around those days. And then I would say that between 2006 and 2018, the organization really sort of matured. My predecessor, who was the previous executive director of Shishu Sharati, Mr. Arman Ali, is a person with disability himself, a young and very dynamic person. So for an organization which had slightly more older people, to pass the mantle on to somebody so much younger was, I think, quite remarkable for the governing body of the organization to do. And he really took the organization to another level, scaled up the work big time, a lot more visibility and recognition of our expertise in the disability domain. Then by then we had also started, we had begun earlier, but by then we had also sort of started, being responsible for representing the interests of other disability-related legislations and their implementation. So we were at the State Nodal Agency Center for the National Trust. We were a trained, apart from being a training institution for Rehab Council of India, we were also the zonal coordination committee lead for RCI's work. So creating awareness about disability and rights across different aspects in the region, in the state and the region, became something that we took the lead in doing in those days. We are also part of the National Disability Network, which is another network initiated by Mr. Javed Abidi of NCPEDP, who was himself a pioneer in disability rights work. And I think we all need to acknowledge the importance of the work that he did in ensuring the passage of certain laws in the country in the past as well, in the Persons with Disabilities Act and later the RPD Act as well. So, and as we went along, we are sort of got new projects and programs, and became more professional and better at documentation, reporting, and our work in advocacy got recognized by the government. We would do a lot of sensitization of government officials about the work that they need to do, they're as duty bearers to implement the mandate regarding people with disability. And our evolution as a regional resource center sort of happened during those years. Again, more pictures of the work that we did in those days. And now the current scenario, so we are looking at now converging the work that we do as an NGO, offering our early intervention services, what was originally like an outdoor service just at our center. Now we offer it at different locations. And we're looking, and the work that we do in special education has undergone a paradigm shift. So we are doing a lot of work to promote inclusive education. So focus is more on school readiness, something that my previous speaker also mentioned. School readiness and sending to mainstream schools is a major focus area now. And we work closely with Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan schools in our neighborhood to sensitize teachers to be more inclusive to it. Well, as per the law, every child has a right to education in a school of their choice. So children who go to Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan schools, children with disabilities who are in those schools are enrolled, but the quality of that education is often a question mark. So to take this beyond this enrollment, beyond that tokenism, and to ensure retention, we are doing a lot of work on programs and projects with public schools in the area. And we're looking at converging this work. I think the work that NGOs do actually lays the ground and public policies come into place, but at that connection between government and non-government organizations needs to be strengthened so that it's realized and this is sort of widened and it reaches more and more children, people who need those programs and services. I was particularly impressed with what was mentioned by the previous speaker about the work that the government of Kerala is doing. And it really shines a light, and we should all talk about it and talk to our respective governments to do similar work perhaps. So we've also done a lot of internal reflections and organizational development and strategic planning. And we are looking at creating additional infrastructure within our organization now and prepare ourselves for a larger role as we go forward into the future, for a role as a resource center for the region. These are just some pictures about the organization, different scenes, and sadly this was taken during these pictures were taken at the time of the lockdown, but it does give you some sense of the range of work that we do. So we have now we have a vision, we have our mission, which is aligned with the UNCRPD, the RPD Act, and this whole try to infuse a rights-based approach into all the services that we provide. Our main thematic areas are in the area of health and education. Those are the service delivery areas, basically. In health, we lay a lot of emphasis on early intervention, home management, and referrals and counseling. In education, the focus is on school readiness programs, special education for children with more severe disability, with what we call high support needs, inclusive and vocational education, and also teacher training. And we also do have implement a scholarship program, which is not got left out over here in my list, for students with disabilities who wish to pursue higher education, which is supported by a CSR grant from a leading telecommunication company. So that has reached out to a large number of, so it's helped to scale up the work. The early intervention work, we're also looking at engaging with the National Health Mission and the RBSK district early intervention schemes that are being set up in different districts of the state. And we're looking at finding some way of converging what we do with those in those DEICs. Yeah, and the advocacy program, awareness programs, we have a focus on legal literacy, legal counsel litigation support, as I had mentioned earlier. And also the legal literacy is oriented towards both people with disabilities, so, and their families, and the rights holders and government officials at various levels. So all, and we not just as implementers, but as duty bearers. And we also are an empaneled auditor under the Accessible India campaign. So we do a fair amount of access auditing for different government buildings in the state of Assam and in other parts of the region as well. We do another focus area is research and documentation, where we've done some research studies. As far as early intervention is concerned, as I mentioned, we work in different locations now, and some are in hospitals, some are in the district early intervention centers, and some are in collaboration with local NGOs in different parts of the state. I won't go the importance of early intervention, which I think Mr. Mahadevan had very clearly sort of elaborated on when he spoke. These are just some scenes from the different intervention programs at different locations. As I told you about the education program. So we have our Center for Inclusive Education. We have this Indus Tower scholarship program. We do training of human resources. The RAISE Northeast is our collaborative project with other NGOs in the region that we do we've done to engage with SSA school teachers and in communities around those schools to improve the quality of inclusion. And we're taking that forward. We are specifically working in our district, which is Kamrup Metro, and in Karbi Anglong district. We are also carrying out a small program now to, work with children. This is a post-pandemic project, which is to work with children who lost out because of the pandemic, young children who never got a chance to go to school because schools were shut for 2 years. So this is a new thing that we have started. It's called Aha Hiko, which in Assamese means come let us learn. And it's just started, where we're working in our community, in our neighborhood, with children who need some need remedial teaching, and some just need to learn about preschool and school concepts. We also do home-based and center-based work for deaf-blind children at our center. We have a separate program that works. So yeah, I wanted to just take a moment to talk about the resilience and our response during the pandemic, which really shook everybody. I mean, I don't need to elaborate on that. It just turned all our lives upside down. But we did a lot of work on mapping the vulnerabilities of our families, distribution of relief and rations and health supplements. We launched a helpline. We held a vaccination camp. And then the other thing that we did was, when we were all just locked away at home, we spent a lot of time and invested a lot of effort into training our colleagues and our staff on using the use of ICT, and initiated tele-rehab services to minimize disruptions and learning loss, distributed devices also to bridge the digital divide amongst some some of the families, not everybody, but quite a few. And that really worked well, that the quality of our work, we felt it changed. There was some dynamic that changed with our engagement, particularly with the children at the Center for Education, because earlier we felt that parents would come, drop their children and take them home at the end of the session, or the children who came to our center, for instance, and they were not really actively engaged with what happened in the classroom. But because we had to have these online classes and the mothers necessarily sat in with the children, it was a kind of an organic way in which the mothers learned what the teachers was doing with the child. They seemed to understand and appreciate and sometimes question, and that then they were able to work, because they were with the child all the time at home. They were able to, because they understood better, they worked with the children and reinforced what we were teaching, and it worked out well for a lot of the children, not everybody, but many of the children. So I just wanted to establish that. We also spent a lot of time during the pandemic in training our own teams, as I mentioned, and also conducting webinars and, as I said, parent empowerment work. So these were just some pictures about our, masked work. Every time things eased up a little, we resumed sessions, and then we went back to working from home. So we were constantly either on Zoom calls or working with shields and masks with our children, the ones who came to the center. And we had to, practice social distancing. We had to ensure that they came we did all the whatever was needed, the safety protocols that one had to comply with. So now we're looking at expanding and being a resource center in the region. This is where we are. This is our future perspective. Yeah, thank you very much for sparing and your precious time to listen to what the story of Shifu Sharathi. A lot of the work that we do has resonated with others and will be similar to what you will hear others doing. And if you need more information about the work we do, we are available at our website and you can reach out to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Your lecture is so very informative for the excluded disabled person from the developments for the basic necessities, and your guidance is very useful for us for taking the decisions in very different situations. On behalf of this particular departments and university, I also thank for providing a great and too informative information to informative programs regarding the disabled sections. Thank you very much. Now, third lectures immediately start. Third lectures of Pramod Dattatray Deshpande sir. I will introduce briefly about him. Sir has completed their BSc degree from the Pune University. He completed their international graduation in maximizing social impact from the DSI cohort 6. He has over 25 years of the experience in the banking sector. He resigned from the bank to work full-time in the social sector. He has organized and hosted many socials, educationals, culturals events. He has also done teachings work as a hobby. He has worked as experts, advisors, various committee members, directors and coordinators of the among educational bodies, newspapers, bank institutions, trusts and clubs. He writes in various social articles in daily newspapers and has given lectures and guidance on so many topics. He has edited and published several books. Currently, he is working in the trustee and presidents of the Helper of the Handicaps, a leading social organization since 1938. He has getting a one charge of the director for Handy Health Welfare Foundations. Moreover, working as a members of the expert committee for the persons with their disability for the Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He has received various prestigious awards and certificates from the various organizations like the Chetna Apna Mati Vikas Sanstha, Ghent Club of the Kolhapur, received a Seva Vrati Award from the KB Talwarkar Trust Pune. Also, the various awards he have received from the different types of the organizations and institutions. Sir, I heartily welcome for this particular nationals webinar behalf of the Shivaji University, Kolhapur. Please guide us on this particular topic.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was nice listening to some of my colleagues from the sector. And first of all, thank you very much, Shivaji University, for the initiative. Now, I am here to tell about the initiatives which our organization, Helpers of the Handicapped and Handy Health Welfare Foundation, has been taking since last 38 years. We are working with a vision of facilitating persons with disabilities to achieve their full potential in life and work. In order to do this, we have to initially cater to their various needs. And these needs these needs are physiological needs, like they have various sorts of impairments, which we have to first get examined and do something about it if it is possible, like corrective surgeries, then providing aids and appliances, so that their mobility and functional capacity is enhanced to the best possible extent. Then we have to attend to their safety needs, because most of these persons, they are at-risk persons. So we have to provide safety that is by way of providing them various hostels, then the emotional safety and other things. Then we have to create a sense of belonging, whereby they are also the partners in their development. So that is one of the things which we try to do. Then there is, of course, love, without which, we cannot have any relationships. So love is another thing which we try to provide through our organization. And then comes the self-esteem, that is by way of achievement. And this achievement is, of course, possible with education, vocational training, and economic rehabilitation. And then we encourage them to self-actualize themselves. This is the way we try to work since last 38 years. Now, our aim is to make them productive citizens and be self-supportive, so that they can lead fuller lives with dignity. And by fuller lives, I mean the equal participation. Initially we provide quality education. After the physical rehabilitation part is being taken care of, or it sometimes goes along with the education. Then thereafter, those who are not able to have good education, we provide vocational training to them. And thereafter we try to place them, we try to make them economically self-sufficient. So that, and after that, we have one cell, which is the matchmaking cell, wherein, as per the doctor's advice, if they are marriageable, we solemnize their marriages. so that they can have fuller lives. So our organization takes care of the age group from say 3 to 60 because we have various employees working in our various centers who can work here up to the age of 60 and sometimes beyond. So in order to do that, we provide the necessary rehabilitation assistance for enabling them to attain and maintain their optimal physical, economic, intellectual, psychological, and social functional levels. So during the course of 38 years, we have supported more than 36,000 persons with disabilities by way of medical aid, providing aids and appliances, carrying out corrective surgeries, then educational aid, providing the hostel facilities for rural children, and vocational training, transportation, food, stay in our hostel, encouragement in sports and cultural events. We try to see the abilities in them and try to facilitate the optimum, you can say, optimum expression of their potential is what we try to do. I mean, they have certain hidden potentials and abilities, and we just have to bring them out by creating an conducive environment whereby they can succeed in their life. Our then the cost of the aid which we have provided during this course of 38 years is about 23 crores for the recurring sort of needs. And in order to continue in order to continue the uninterrupted delivery of services, we have created various inclusive schools, hostels, training centers in Kolhapur and Sindhudurg districts. And for the creating those, we have so far spent about 13 crores. Now, our major focus is on the rural community and the persons who are most hard pressed. I mean, we have sometimes people coming from urban areas, metros. They also have their own needs, but sometimes it is that the parents are both of them are working and are not able to take care of their child, and they want to place such a child to our hostel. But we give priority to a rural child who otherwise has no opportunity, because those who are economically well off, they can afford to have services hired, but we hardly charge 10 to 15% of the cost. So I mean, we since beginning we have been providing priority to the persons who need the facilities most and who would otherwise not be able to pursue any developmental activities if we are not able to come to their rescue. And we, hello, please put off the audio in case somebody. So this we do regardless of the geographical location, religion, caste, creed, all these things we try to provide without any discrimination. As I said, if there is any discrimination, that is a positive discrimination in favor of the persons who need it most. So we have created, as I told you, certain facilities. We have one hostel near Kolhapur, which Professor P.S. Patil sir just mentioned. They had an innovative meet yesterday at that particular center. So we have a Gharonda Hostel cum Rehabilitation Center, wherein we have about 80 plus persons with disabilities pursuing their education and vocational training. Now, we have 40 capacity for the male and 40 for the female candidates, and most of them come from the various rural centers from Kolhapur, Sangli, Satara, and adjoining districts like Solapur, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg. So for them, we provide quality education, school education, and also college education. Now, for providing inclusive education, we have set up two schools. One is Samarth Vidyalaya and another is Samarth Vidya Mandir. These are primary and secondary schools which are being run by helpers of the handicap. Initially, we did not want to have our own school because we were mainly dealing with persons with physical disabilities who are intellectually normal and can pursue education in the mainstream schools. But the mainstream schools have various barriers. And when we started our hostel in 1996, we tried to place the children in the schools in Kolhapur, but hardly any school was having the adequate facilities and the willingness to accommodate so many children with disabilities. So we had to start our own school. When we decided to do that, we took it as an opportunity to work for the community, and we created an excellent inclusive school which can serve as a model in the social sector. We started it in the year 2000, and we have about 425 students pursuing education from KG to 10th here. And apart from our hostel students, there are certain students with disabilities who come there. Now, we also give priority to persons who are having some socio-economic difficulties. We have a Fasepardi tribal community just behind our school and hostel, and about 50 to 60 students from that community, they are also pursuing their quality education in our school. Then we have certain very innovative practices started in our school, where we have set up one remedial education wing, which is working in the school, wherein we first have the benchmark test being performed at the start of the academic year. And we, along with the continuous comprehensive evaluation that the teachers have during the year, and based on that particular benchmark study, we, we identify the students who need remedial education. So we take care of the learning disabilities also. Some schools which discourage children who are having
so maybe there is some connectivity issue. We can't hear you.
देशपांडे सर थोडस कनेक्शनचं हे होतंय. हॅलो.
So we are also trying to have one strategy that we try to put our two needs together and see if we can get a solution. Sometimes what happened in the early days, we did not have any facilities in Kolhapur area. So the persons who had disabilities and were using various appliances, those appliances were to be procured from outside, from Pune, Mumbai, Delhi. So when we thought of having a training center, we set up a training center wherein we make various aids and appliances. And we have trained. Hello, madam, please put off the microphone. So we had one problem like having appliance, not having appliances in Kolhapur. Another problem was there were many persons who needed some employment. The persons with disabilities who did not have skills and they needed to have an employment. So we combined these two problems. Then we trained some persons with disabilities in producing this, in manufacturing these appliances. And now we have a center in Kolhapur wherein we make various appliances like crutches, calipers, wheelchairs, tricycles, commodes, and also maintain them, service them, repair them. So that this facility is extremely useful for the persons from adjoining districts who have various handicaps, who have various needs of repairs and maintenance. So, we have been recognized by the government of Maharashtra as an official provider of these items to the government employees or government departments. So, these are certain initiatives. Then we got a land of 12 acres in Sindhudurg district in year 2000, where we have set up Swapna Nagari Center. It means dreamland, and it is a dream-like project which is fulfilling the economic rehabilitation needs of about 110 persons with disabilities. There, the main activity is cashew nuts processing center, wherein we have the capacity to process about 25 tons of raw cashew in a month. So, in all, we start from a child who has a disability. We try to catch them young so that we can make a larger difference to his life. And then we provide quality education, physical rehabilitation support, vocational skills. We have certain activities wherein we reach out to the community, and we want to do more in this particular sector, the outreach program or the community rehabilitation in the years to come. All the talukas of Kolhapur, and we have identified some people who need various sorts of support, and we will be, having this community-based rehabilitation plan in the years to come, whereby we want to shift the focus on from the resident members to the persons in the community. Try to identify a point wherein they are stuck and where they need the support. Just try to help them to that particular point and get them moving further. So by this way, we want to reach, more number of people and try to make a qualitative difference in their lives in the years to come. So, we are thankful to the society who has been helping us since last 38 years and in various ways, whereby we can make a difference in the lives and we can fulfill the aspirations of persons with disabilities. Apart from these things, we have a plan of having a knowledge center or a resource center whereby we can share our experience for the upcoming organizations in the sector and help them with our infrastructure to meet the needs of physically challenged persons and wherever they are. We'll be really very happy to do that because one organization cannot reach all the places, yeah, even in a small area. So it is good to have organizations which are nearer to their place and can really have a hand-holding with them so that they can really do wonders. I mean, the two tools that we have been using to empower persons with disabilities are comprehensive rehabilitation and inclusion. And in the field of inclusion, we are not just satisfied to give them jobs or just include them, but we try to give them leadership positions. In our board of trustees also, they are not just trustees, but our secretary, our joint secretary, our treasurer are also persons with disabilities. Similarly, the unit heads which are working in our various work centers, we try to give priority to persons with disabilities. Not just because they have disabilities, but I mean, they have proven ability and they can manage the work which is assigned to them very, very effectively, efficiently. And we just have to believe in their abilities and provide them some time to prove the fact. So this has been our line of working. And in case there are any questions, I'll be really happy to take those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deshpande sir, for sharing your thoughts and views on the topic and how you're working on it. If anybody in the participants have any questions for the three speakers, they can ask in the chat box. If any remarks, anything.
Actually, there are no questions, but there are the comments. Many people are posted the comments concerned with all the speaker and their works was the wonderful. They are doing wonderful work in concern with the disability. And I asked the Kalyani, is there any comments particularly? Please share with the speakers in shortly.
Yes, ma'am. There is one comment from Sumit Tak. He says that thank you so much for the structured knowledge. I am also specially abled and pursuing PhD from Symbiosis International University on rights of disabled people, legal perspective. Then there is Valmik. He says very informative session. Then there is Janki ma'am who says that yoga therapy helps in addressing certain issues. Yeah, these are the comments. Dattatreya K. Patil, he says that good and nice information, so.
Ketki ma'am has given that fantastic you have the people with disability our team, that particularly for helpers of handicap.
Now, about the yoga thing which one person has mentioned, we have been using this laughter therapy. We have been using sports and arts as therapies since inception. And they do make a positive difference because in case a person has some limitation by virtue of his disability on one particular function, he can have some other abilities which are too well, and we just have to provide encouragement and motivation so that these come out. Because even in case of school, we have been making use of this multiple intelligence theory and trying to find out their strengths, and we encourage them the area of their strength, whereby they can make the maximum impact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I say something?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am.
I mean,
sure.
I don't want to, it's not a question actually. I just feel that, you know, this is just a suggestion to the university. You're going to get you're going to really be rich at the end of this 2-day webinar, because you're going to hear about the work that is being done in different parts of the country on different aspects of disability. And I know that Dr. Desai mentioned that she's looking for papers, so that I guess you'll compile a kind of a publication on this, but you'll publish all our sort of views and things. But apart from that, I mean, if at all it's like in the future, I know there was talk about an MOU with Sarthak in the morning in the inaugural session when your Vice Chancellor mentioned that some way in which you collate like a database of information about the work that different people are doing, and give everybody an opportunity to kind of update that. So there are organizations that do this, but it'll be one more source, and it'll be very I think it'll be very useful for everybody. It's not just people who are listening, all your students, all your faculty, and all the communities that you're associated with, like collating of information about the services available in different parts of the country, the nature of the work that everybody is doing. And it could be form the basis of some research about specific aspects, you know, depending upon the interest of your PhD scholars and others. You know, what are the problems that NGOs face, for instance? What do they really need? What is working really well, like that Kerala, you know, the Dr. Mahadevan or Mr. Mahadevan, he spoke about the government of Kerala doing a lot, because ideally we, you know, when government does the work that we do, then we can close shop and go home, kind of thing, you know. It's there's some way in which we can scale up and get government to listen to these voices and see what they need to do, how it can influence policy and so on. These are just some thoughts, random thoughts that came to mind.
Thank you for your suggestion, ma'am. We will definitely work on it.
Ma'am, 1 minute, Kalyani. Ma'am, your views are to be the wonderful, and our university is to be we are to the planning for to selecting the NGOs, and we have to next plan is to be collaborate, and we can benefit from those yours work and to implement the others also. And it is better to go hand in hand with just Deshpande sir is here, and we are every year we are taking the advice of, he is the member of our advisory committee, and we are also taking the advice of his for our, and Huzruk madam is in our management council. So that's why we are involving all these people. Like this, we are now set up our boundaries out of the Kolhapur, and just morning the Vice Chancellor has told to collaborate. So next he has also tell me to report and highlight the points which will be come to for the collaboration in next sessions and for the action plan. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Definitely we will follow.
We have also the employability skills training as our one of focus areas, wherein the English language skills and computer skills and interview skills like things are being taught, being for the rural persons. so that and sometimes they are academically very good. I mean, but they are not able to make an impact during the interview. We are trying to provide that competitive edge to them by virtue of these skills.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving towards uh, moving towards the vote of thanks, I would like to thank this session's coordinator, Dr. Vishal Hovar sir, assistant professor. I would like to thank the three speakers who gave us their valuable time and the valuable information. Firstly, Mahadevan sir, Secretary, Others Charitable Trust, Kochi, caring for children with challenges. Then I would like to thank Ketki Bardalai ma'am, Executive Director, Shishu Sarathi, Guwahati. I would also like to thank Sri Pramod Deshpande sir, President, Helpers of Handicap, Kolhapur. I would like to thank all the participants who joined for this session. Our convener of this webinar, Dr. Pratibha Desai ma'am. And with this, I tell you that this session is over and now there will be a lunch break. All the participants can join this link after 2 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Kalyani has already announced, and our all sessions are to be, that means they are within the time. So we have preponed our next sessions with 1.5, half an hour. Because it is the online lunch break is long, so we break that. People should be remain with us, the participants. So that's why we have preponed at 2 o'clock. It was 2:30, but it is the 2 o'clock preponed half an hour. Please note all the participants, and they can present at sharply 2 o'clock, and the next session will be start at the 2 o'clock. And Kalyani has given the vote of thanks, but this session has been work out very smooth and above the expectations, and all speakers have presented their view wonderful, and participants are still with them. And please bear with us the 2 days, and we will make some fruitful for these people and where there is the need to do. Thank you. Thank you.
ते बंद करतात, बंद करायचंय आणि परत सुरू मीटिंग
We will start our session in next 5 to 10 minutes. Please cooperate.
ठीक है हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है हेलो नमस्कार
केव्हा सुरू करायचं केव्हा सुरू करणार आहे
एक 5 मिनिट
हो चालेल
Good afternoon to one and all. We will continue our third session. For this session, our session coordinator is Mr. Dayanand Gowde, Assistant Professor, Distance Education, Shivaji University, Kolhapur. He will introduce us to the speakers. So yes, sir.
जाणार का जेवायला
So I welcome Mr. Dayanand Gowde, sir. Over to you, sir.
हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू नमस्कार तर आजच्या कार्यक्रमाचे आज के कार्यक्रम के चीफ गेस्ट है पवन खेबुड़कर सर पवन खेबुड़कर सर की राजाराम महाविद्यालय कोल्हापुर से बीएससी फिजिक्स पदवी पूरी हो गई और 1980 को उन्होंने मध्यवर्ती सहकारी बैंक कोल्हापुर से नौकरी करने की शुरुआत की लेकिन उन्होंने कर जी सामाजिक जानीव थी इसलिए उस सर्विस को उन्होंने रिजाइन करके 1985 में मतिमंद लड़कों का एक डिप्लोमा कोर्स पूरा किया और 1986 को चेतना अपंगमति विकास संस्था कोल्हापुर ये संस्था स्थापन किया है और 20 लड़कों को लेकर एक गॅरेज बौद्धिक अक्षम मुलांसाठी लड़कों को लिए विशेष स्कूल विशेष पाठशाला शुरू की और 1991 में 18 वर्षों के बाहर लड़कों को लिए व्यवसाय प्रशिक्षण देने वाले एक उद्योग केंद्र स्थापन किए और 2008 साल में शिक्षक प्रशिक्षण केंद्र शुरू किए और खिबुड़कर सर को पुरस्कार मिले है सावली सम्मान पुरस्कार 2001 में माई साहेब बावड़ेकर संस्था से 2001 में जीवन गौरव पुरस्कार आविष्कार फाउंडेशन से अपंग मित्र पुरस्कार 2009 में हेल्पर्स ऑफ द हैंडीकैप कोल्हापुर से वुमेन राइट प्रोटेक्शन फोरम से 2009 को 9 में राष्ट्रभूषण पुरस्कार मिल गया है। और 2010 में मानव धर्म सेवा पुरस्कार मिला है। और चेतना अपंगमति सेवा संस्था है, उसके लिए ही पुरस्कार मिला है। सर्वोत्कृष्ट संस्था राष्ट्रीय पुरस्कार 2009 में राष्ट्रीय न्यास नवी दिल्ली से मिला है। और वसुंधरा गौरव पुरस्कार 2012 में किर्लोस्कर वसुंधरा दी फिल्म फेस्टिवल से मिला है। और पवन खिबुड़कर सर कुछ समिति के सदस्य भी है। महाराष्ट्र राज्य विशेष शिक्षण अभ्यासक्रम समिति, सर्व शिक्षा अभियान मार्गदर्शक पुस्तिका समिति और राष्ट्रीय न्यास स्थानीय समिति, शिवाजी विद्यापीठ स्पेशल बीएड अभ्यासक्रम समिति, इस सदस्य खिबुड़कर सर है। और खिबुड़कर सर नाट्य संस्था ही काम किया है और कुछ अभिनय ही किया है। ऐसे खिबुड़कर सर आज के कार्यक्रम में विशेष व्याख्याता है। और प्लीज सर खिबुड़कर सर आपका मनोगत स्टार्ट किया है।
मेरी आवाज आती है?
Yes,
हेलो,
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
ओके, गुड आफ्टरनून एंड नमस्कार सब दोस्तों।
हाँ सर।
मैं बहुत आई एम वेरी सॉरी दैट आई एम नॉट स्पीकिंग इन इंग्लिश। वैसे तो अंग्रेजी मुझे आती है, लेकिन मैं हिंदी में बात करना ज़्यादा बेहतर समझता हूँ, इसलिए मैं हिंदी में बात करूँगा आपको। तो कुछ लोग जरा सहन कीजिए मुझे, आई एम सॉरी फॉर देम। ओके, सबसे पहले मैं बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी का, क्योंकि एक अलग विषय पे उन्होंने एक वेबिनार रखा है। और आभारी भी हूँ इसलिए कि मुझे इस वेबिनार में बोलने का उन्होंने मौका दिया है। क्या होता है कि डिसेबिलिटी का जब भी विषय आता है तो ऐसे सेमिनार में, वर्कशॉप्स में ज़्यादातर डिसेबिलिटी में नया क्या हुआ है, संशोधन क्या हुआ है, उनके सिखाने के तरीके क्या होते हैं और बहुत सारी बातों पे वेबिनार रखे जाते हैं। लेकिन एनजीओ का इनमें से जो भी योगदान है उसके बारे में बहुत कम बार देखने को मिला है कि कोई ऐसा वेबिनार आयोजित किया गया है। तो इसीलिए और मैं ऐसा समझता हूँ कि डिसेबिलिटी में गवर्नमेंट जितना करती है उससे कहीं ज़्यादा एनजीओज करते हैं। कुछ लोग इससे सहमत नहीं हो गए, फिर भी मेरा ये दावा है कि एनजीओ बहुत कुछ करते हैं डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में। वैसे डिसेबिलिटी का ज़्यादा ये जो दौर चल रहा वो 1980 में जो अपंग वर्ल्ड डिसेबल डे जब से शुरू हुआ और उसके बाद जो अपंग दशक जाहिर किया गया यूएन से 1981 से 1991 तक, तो उसके दौरान बहुत सारे एनजीओज निकले। उसी दौरान नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट भी हो गए और उसी के बाद 1990 के बाद हमारे कुछ एक्ट भी डिसेबिलिटी के आए, जैसे कि पीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट है, नेशनल ट्रस्ट एक्ट है, आरसी एक्ट है, ये सभी एक्ट उसके बाद आए हैं। तो 80 के बाद इस डिसेबिलिटी सेक्टर में बहुत कुछ चल रहा है, हो रहा है। इसी दौरान हमारे भी संस्था जो है चेतना अपंगमति विकास संस्था, ये चालू हो गई 1986 में। ये मुख्य तौर से बौद्धिक अक्षम जो इंटेलेक्चुअली डिसेबल्ड बच्चे होते हैं उनके लिए काम करती है। जैसे कि अभी मेरे इंट्रोडक्शन में कहा गया कि 86 में हमने कुछ 20 बच्चों के साथ एक गैराज में इसकी शुरुआत की थी और आज कुल मिला के 200 बच्चे, हमारे स्कूल में 100 बच्चे हैं और वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग सेंटर है हमारा, व्यवसाय प्रशिक्षण केंद्र, उसमें कुछ 100 बच्चे हैं। तो इन 200 बच्चों के लिए हम यहाँ कोल्हापुर में काम कर रहे हैं। अब इसका जो विषय है हमारे इस वेबिनार का कि एनजीओ ने कुछ अलग जो भी किया है वो जानना चाहते हैं सब लोग, जो इनिशिएटिव्स लिए हैं और जो इनोवेटिव आइडियाज है एनजीओज के, उसके बारे में लोग इंटरेस्टेड है कि कुछ जाने, कुछ सुने। मैं ये समझता हूँ कि बौद्धिक अक्षम जो बच्चे होते हैं वो बाकी डिसेबल्ड जो लोग होते हैं, जैसे कि फिजिकली हैंडीकैप है, अस्थिव्यंग है, उनसे कुछ अलग होते हैं। अस्थिव्यंग बच्चे हैं या ब्लाइंड है या फिर डेफ एंड डब है, इन सब बच्चों के पास एक ऐसी चीज है जो हमारे बच्चों के पास बहुत नहीं होती है, जैसे कि ना होती है, और वो है ब्रेन की डेवलपमेंट। उनका ब्रेन की डेवलपमेंट ना होने के कारण वो कुछ अक्षम रह जाता है बहुत सारी चीजों में। तो इसीलिए उनका सब अलग से करना पड़ता है, उनका रिहेबिलिटेशन अलग से करना पड़ता है, उनकी टीचिंग अलग से करनी पड़ती है। तो हमने सबसे पहले ये सोचा कि जब बौद्धिक अक्षम बच्चों का स्कूल करने जा रहे हैं शुरू, तो उनके लिए क्या दिया जाए। पहले हमने ये समझ लिया कि इन बच्चों का सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उनकी एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं है सोसाइटी। जो बच्चे जैसे हैं उस तरह से एक्सेप्ट नहीं किए जाते हैं। कई बार पेरेंट्स भी एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते ऐसे बच्चों को। तो हम हमारी संस्था से ऐसे इंडिविजुअल बनाएंगे, ऐसे नागरिक बनाएंगे जो कि सोसाइटी में एक्सेप्टेड हो। अब हम जो एक्सेप्टेड होते हैं सोसाइटी में, वो क्यों होते हैं? हम जैसे लोग, नॉर्मल लोग जो है, दे आर एक्सेप्टेड इन द सोसाइटी। उसका रीजन ऐसा होता है कि हम एक 3-4 चीजें हैं कि हम स्वावलंबी हैं, हम अपना खुद का काम खुद कर सकते हैं, हम सोसाइटी में जाते हैं तो अच्छी तरह से बर्ताव करते हैं अलग बाकी सब लोगों से, हम काम करते हैं और कुछ कमाते हैं। तो ये सब चीजें अगर हम करते हैं तो सोसाइटी हमें एक्सेप्ट करती है। तो हम अगर बच्चों में हम यही कुछ कौशल्य देंगे, उन्हें स्वावलंबी बनाए, उनका सोशलाइजेशन कराए, उनको काम दें, उनसे कुछ वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग दें और बाहर उन्हें नौकरी के लिए भेजें, तो वो कुछ कमा कर घर में ला सके, तो उन्हें सोसाइटी एक्सेप्ट करेंगी, उनके पेरेंट्स भी एक्सेप्ट करेंगे। तो इसी दिशा में हमने चलने का सोचा और आज उसी दिशा में हम चल रहे हैं। कुछ अलग सी बातें मैं बता दूंगा कि जो मैं समझता हूँ कि क्या है कि हम यहाँ हमारे कार्यक्रम जो बाकी सब इंस्टीट्यूट करते हैं वही कार्यक्रम हमारे यहाँ भी चलते हैं, लेकिन हम वो कार्यक्रम अलग ढंग से करते हैं। ऐसा बाकी सब संस्थाएं भी करती होगी, लेकिन हमारी विशेषता क्या है, मैं इस सेमिनार में आपको बताने जा रहा हूँ। कुछ उदाहरण के तौर पर मैं आपको बताऊंगा। जैसे कि आप सब जो हेलन केलर की जयंती है, हेलन केलर डे है, हेलन केलर डे सब मनाते हैं। वो हेलन केलर का फोटो लाते हैं, उसकी कहानी बताते हैं, उसे एक हार पहनते हैं और वो कहानी बताने के बाद हेलन केलर डे समाप्त हो जाता है। लेकिन हमने कुछ अलग किया कि हमने हमारे आसपास की जो हेलन केलर है, हेलन केलर का वैशिष्ट्य क्या था कि वो बहुत ही इस तरह से डिसेबल थी कि वो कुछ बोल नहीं सकती थी, सुन नहीं सकती थी, देख नहीं सकती थी। तो इस तरह का एक बहुत ही अलग तरह की डिसेबिलिटी थी। तो उस पर मात करके वो बाकी अपंग लोगों को मदद कर रही थी, बाकी डिसेबल लोगों के लिए काम कर रही थी। तो ये जो वैशिष्ट हेलन केलर का है, ऐसी हेलन केलर हमारे आसपास जो भी होती है, मेल हो या फीमेल हो, कोई भी हो, जो भी अपंग होने के बावजूद भी बाकी डिसेबल लोगों के लिए काम कर रहा है और बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, तो उसे हम इनवाइट करते हैं, उसको फेलिसिटेट करते हैं, उसका काम जो है वो जानने की कोशिश करते हैं और बच्चों के सामने हम एक अलग हेलन केलर उस दिन लाते हैं। उसी टाइप गांधी जयंती हो या और गुरु पूर्णिमा, जो भी डेज हो, वो हम अलग तरह से करने की सोचते हैं। जैसे गांधी जयंती के दिन हम पूरे गांव में कोल्हापुर शहर में जाए, कहीं कहीं जाके सफाई करते हैं। हम ऐसे लोगों को जो सफाई कामगार रहते हैं कॉर्पोरेशन में, उनको लाके उनको फेलिसिटेट करते हैं और जिसने भी गांधी विचारों का को आज तक पालन किया है, वो ऐसे व्यक्ति को बुलाते हैं, उनको फेलिसिटेट करते हैं। एक खादी का प्रदर्शन उन दिनों में होता है, खादी को हम प्रमोट करते हैं गांधी जयंती के दिन। तो ये अलग तरह का एक प्रोग्राम रहता है और बच्चों को हम अलग तरह के एक्सपीरियंसेस देते हैं। बच्चों को ये समझना चाहिए कि अलग क्या होता है दुनिया में। तो उनका अनुभव जो कि वर्ल्ड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस जो है उसको एनरिच करना ये हमारा टारगेट रहता है। अब कुछ बातें मैं ऐसे बताऊंगी जैसे कि अब हमारे बच्चे पेंटिंग करते हैं, छोटे-छोटे पेंटिंग करते हैं। लेकिन कुछ अच्छे ऐसे बच्चे होते हैं कि जिनका पेंटिंग बहुत ही अच्छा रहता है, लेकिन वो बाकी लोगों तक नहीं जाता है। तो हमने क्या किया, 3 बच्चों को कैनवास का पेंटिंग करने को बोला। एक अच्छा टीचर हमारा जो है कि उसने बहुत से अच्छे तरीके से उनको कैनवास में कैसे पेंटिंग किया जाता है, इसके तरीके सिखाए और बहुत सारे पेंटिंग होने के बाद हमने उसका एक एग्ज़िबिशन बाहर किया। कुल मिला के 20 या 25 पेंटिंग कोल्हापुर में हमें एक एग्ज़िबिशन में लगाई थी और उसकी कीमतें भी ज़्यादा लगाई थी। कुल 5,000 से लेकर 20,000 तक पेंटिंग की कीमत थी और लोगों ने आके वो पेंटिंग देखे, खूब सराहना की, उसमें से कुछ पेंटिंग खरीद ली। दूसरा हमने पेंटिंग एग्ज़िबिशन मुंबई में किया था, नेहरू सेंटर वर्ली में। वहाँ भी कुछ 35 पेंटिंग्स थी और उनकी कीमतें थी 10,000 से लेकर 35,000 तक। तो वहाँ बम्बई के लोगों ने आके भी उसकी सराहना की और कुछ 15-20 पेंटिंग वहाँ पे हमारे बिक गई। तो मुझे आज इस बात की खुशी है कि मेंटली हैंडीकैप बच्चे हैं, जो इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबल्ड बच्चे हैं, उनकी बनाई हुई पेंटिंग्स आज कुछ लोगों के ड्राइंग रूम सजा रही है। तो एक अलग तरह के एक्सपीरियंस बच्चों को देना हम चाहते हैं और जानते हैं। अब देखो हमारा जो वर्कशॉप चलता है यहाँ पे, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग चलता है, उसमें हम बहुत से अलग-अलग चीज़ें सिखाते हैं। ये ऐसी चीज़ है जैसे कि फाइल मेकिंग है। फाइल मेकिंग तो बहुत इंस्टीट्यूट में चलता है, लेकिन हमारे फाइल मेकिंग है, रजिस्टर मेकिंग है, बुक बाइंडिंग है और सभी टाइप की फाइल्स यहाँ पे बनती है। हमारा अलग क्या है, तो हम इको फ्रेंडली गणेश मूर्ति बनाते हैं। आजकल इको फ्रेंड जो पॉल्यूशन का चल रहा है, सब जगह पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है और इको फ्रेंडली सब चाहते हैं। तो हमने क्या किया, एक पेपर मैशी का वर्कशॉप हमारे यहाँ रखा और उस पेपर मैशी के वर्कशॉप से 5 दिन का वर्कशॉप था और कैसे मूर्तियाँ बनाते हैं, उसके बोर्ड कैसे तैयार किए जाते हैं, ये सब ट्रेनिंग मिलने के बाद हमने ऐसा शुरू किया कि हम स्कूल में ही इको फ्रेंडली गणेश मूर्ति बनाएँगे। महाराष्ट्र में क्या होता है कि गणेश फेस्टिवल बहुत बड़ा फेस्टिवल होता है। उसमें लोग घर-घर में गणेश की मूर्ति बैठाते हैं और कुछ मंडल होते हैं, तरुण मंडल, तो वो भी उनके यहाँ बड़ी-बड़ी मूर्तियाँ लगाते हैं। तो आजकल क्या हो रहा है कि हम कुछ 10 साल से बना रहे हैं, तो कुछ 400-500 अ, जो घर में बिठाते हैं, उसी छोटी-छोटी गणेश की आइडल्स, गणेश मूर्तियाँ हम बनाते हैं और इतना उसका काम रहता है और उसको उसको ऑर्डर इतनी आती है कि हम लोगों की ऑर्डर पूरी नहीं कर सकते। जो बाहर के देश में भी ये हमारी गणेश मूर्तियाँ जा रही है अभी। इंग्लैंड में जा रही है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जा रही है। तो ये होता है क्या है कि एक जो सोसाइटी में चल रहा है कि इको फ्रेंडली करो, पॉल्यूशन कम करो। तो ये सोसाइटी की जो डिमांड है, उसके साथ हम जाने चाहते हैं। जो कि सोसाइटी चाहती है, उसके साथ हम जाने की कोशिश करें। हमारा कारपेंटरी का वर्कशॉप जो है, उसमें भी हम बहुत छोटी-छोटी चीज़ें बनाते हैं, जो लोगों को चाहिए। उसमें एक ऐसी बात है कि वो एक स्पैरो का एक घरटा रहता है, नेस्ट रहता है, स्पैरो का नेस्ट। तो हम लकड़ी का बनाते हैं और वो बहुत जगह आजकल स्पैरोज़ कम हो रही है, पंछी कम हो रहे हैं, शहर से दूर जा रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए वो जो नेस्ट बनाते हैं, तो उसकी भी डिमांड बहुत आती है। तो जो सोसाइटी में कम है, वो हम देने की कोशिश करते हैं। अब एक हमारे वर्कशॉप में हम लकड़ी का घाना लाया है। लकड़ी का घाना माने वो जो ऑयल रहता है, जो कि आजकल वो अच्छा तेल जो चाहिए, वो लकड़ी से निकलता है, एक ईटेबल ऑयल। तो हम पीनट्स का ऑयल बनाते हैं, कोबरेल का ऑयल बनाते हैं, खोबरे का बनाते हैं, ये सब तिल का बनाते हैं और ये सब बच्चे बनाते हैं और उसका मार्केट बहुत बाहर होता है और इसके लिए लोग उसके लोगों की बहुत माँग है उसके लिए। तो ये अलग तरीके का वर्कशॉप हम यहाँ चलाते हैं। हमारे यहाँ लेज़र कटिंग मशीन भी है और वो भी बच्चे चलाते हैं और वो लेज़र कटिंग मशीन है, उसमें से हम एजुकेशनल एड्स बनाते हैं, जो कि स्कूलों में जाते हैं। स्कूल के लिए आज एजुकेशन एड बनाना उसके बहुत डिमांड है। तो वो हम सब एजुकेशन एड्स जो है, वो हमारे स्कूल में बनाते हैं और उसके लेजर कटिंग मशीन पे हमारे बच्चे काम करते हैं। तो एक अलग तरीका का ट्रेनिंग बच्चों को देने के हम सोचते हैं। लड़कियों के लिए हमने एक बाजार खोला रखा है, वो बाजार में लड़कियां काम करती है। बाहर से हम जो भी ग्रोसरी से आता है तो वो क्लीन करती है, उसका वे करते हैं, उसके पैकिंग करते हैं, और हमारे पेरेंट्स जो है इसके सब मेंबर है, तो पेरेंट्स सब ले जाते हैं बाहर। तो रेगुलरली उसको हम आ सकते हैं, और ये चल सकता है, सब रोटेशन में चल सकता है। आज ही आजकल में हमने एक नई शुरुआत की है। हमने बेकरी का एक प्रोडक्शन शुरू किया, हमने बेकरी ओवन लाया है, तो उसमें बेकरी का प्रोडक्शन चल रहा है। और उसमें जो भी कुकीज बनते हैं वो भी ऐसे ही, वो जो सब अलग से बनते हैं। उसमें क्या बोलते हैं उसे, उसमें गेहूं रहता है और गुड़ रहता है और घी रहता है। तो बाकी कुछ उसमें मैदा वगैरह कुछ नहीं रहता, वो सेंद्रीय जिसे बोलते हैं, ऑर्गेनिक। तो ऑर्गेनिक टाइप के बिस्किट सब वहाँ बनाते हैं। तो ये सब अलग अलग टाइप का जो है वो हम बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं, जो सोसाइटी को आप चाहिए वो देने की कोशिश करते हैं। अब एक दूसरा एक अलग तरीका का हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो मैं आपके सामने रखना चाह रहा हूँ कि सोसाइटी इन बच्चों को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करती। मैंने शुरुआत में बोला, सोसाइटी अगर हमारे पास नहीं आते हम सोसाइटी में जाएंगे। हम कुछ ऐसे प्रोग्राम करते हैं कि जिससे हम सोसाइटी तक जा सकते हैं। आपको आश्चर्य होगा सुनने की, हमारे बच्चे जो स्कूल में है उसका हर 1 या 2 क्लासेस डेली दे गो फॉर ए टूर, बाहर उनकी पिकनिक होती है। दो स्कूल के बच्चे कुछ 8, 10, 12 जाते हैं। अगर छोटे बच्चे हैं तो गार्डन में जाएंगे, उससे थोड़े बड़े हो तो कुछ ऑफिस में जाएंगे, बैंक में जाएंगे, रेलवे स्टेशन पे जाएंगे, और बड़े बच्चे हों तो वो इंडस्ट्री में जाएंगे, वहाँ की इंडस्ट्री का काम देखेंगे। तो हर दिन 1 या 2 हमारे जो क्लासेस है वो बाहर टूर के लिए जाते हैं। हमारी ये क्लास लोगों के साथ उनकी पहचान होती है, लोग बोलते हैं उनके साथ, तो एक इंटरेक्शन रहता है, और इसी के साथ हम सोसाइटी से जुड़ जाते हैं। हमारी एक ये तो डेली पिकनिक होगी, लेकिन हमारी कुछ पिकनिक बहुत लंबी भी होती है, दूर की भी होती है। जैसे कि हम राजस्थान होके आए, हैदराबाद होके आए। एक तो टूर हमारी ऐसी थी कि हम दिल्ली में बच्चों को लेके गए और उन्हें रिपब्लिक डे की परेड दिखाई। तो ये एक उनका वर्ल्ड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस जो है वो एनरिच करने का हर तरीके से हम कोशिश करते हैं। अब ये बच्चे ड्रामा करते हैं, अभिनय करते हैं, गाते हैं। तो हमने एक बार ऐसा किया कि हमारे बच्चों के ऊपर एक फिल्म बनाई गई, एक पूरी फीचर फिल्म। अभिराम भड़कमकर नाम के एक दिग्दर्शक है, बहुत फेमस है वो। तो उन्होंने यहाँ हमारे स्कूल में उसका शूटिंग हुआ था 20 डेज तक, और हमारे हर बच्चों ने उसमें काम किया, हमारे टीचर्स ने काम किया, और एक अलग तरह का एक्सपीरियंस हमारे बच्चों को मिल गया। और इन बच्चों को जी सिने का एक बेस्ट एक्टिंग का अवार्ड भी मिल गया। तो उससे आप सोच सकते हैं कि कितना एक अलग से इन बच्चों का वर्ल्ड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस बन जाता है। और एक मैं बता देता हूँ कि हम सोसाइटी के लिए भी बहुत कुछ बातें करते हैं, बहुत कुछ चीजें करते हैं हमारे यहाँ से। एक हमने आज यहाँ के सतीश कपूर साहब जो है वो बोलने वाले हैं। तो सतीश कपूर साहब से हमारी पुरानी पहचान थी, दिल्ली में हो गई थी। तो उनका जो वी केयर फिल्म फेस्ट है उसका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हमने कोल्हापुर में किया था, और वो फ्री फॉर एवरीबडी था। तो डिसेबल बच्चों के लिए 3 दिन उनको ऊपर बनाए गए बहुत सारी शॉर्ट फिल्म्स, फीचर फिल्म्स 3 दिन तक दिखाई गई, और सब कोल्हापुर के लोग आके वो देख रहे थे। सो एक सोसाइटी से अलग तरह से जुड़ जाने का, डिसेबिलिटी क्या है ये सोसाइटी को दिखाने का एक अलग सा तरीका था। एक हमने अलग सा प्रोग्राम किया था, यारे सारे यार, सब आ जाओ। सब आ जाओ का मतलब क्या था कि बहुत बड़ी जगह पे हमने, जब नॉर्मल बच्चे होते हैं वो बच्चों को इनवाइट किया था, जो हैंडीकैप बच्चे हैं, डिसेबल बच्चे होते, सब टाइप के बच्चे होते, उन्हें इनवाइट किया था। और 3 दिन तक वहाँ अलग अलग प्रोग्राम चल रहे थे। उनका एंटरटेनमेंट प्रोग्राम था, टीचर्स लोगों के लिए कुछ वर्कशॉप्स रखे गए थे, और कुछ बाहर के आर्टिस्ट आए थे जिन्होंने वहाँ उन्हें डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन दिया, और कुछ बच्चों ने भी वहाँ पर आया। तो ये अलग तरह का 3 दिन का प्रोग्राम चल रहा था, जिसमें बहुत सारे कोल्हापुर के लोग आकर देख रहे थे क्या अलग हो रहा है यहाँ पे। सो एक सोसाइटी से जुट जाने का हमारा ये जो तरीका है वो पिछले बहुत साल से चल रहा है। अभी अभी हमने एक प्रोजेक्ट किया था कि कोविड के दिन में क्या हुआ था कि 2 साल तक बच्चे स्कूल में नहीं आ रहे थे, तो हमारा ऑनलाइन टीचिंग चल रहा था। ऑनलाइन टीचिंग तो सब टीचर ने हमारे किया, बच्चों ने कुछ वीडियो बना के हमें भेजे, और वो जब चल रहा था तो हमने एक समझ लिया कि हमारे बच्चों की इम्यूनिटी बहुत कम होती है, प्रतिकार शक्ति जो होती है हमारे बच्चों की कम होती है। तो इसके लिए हमने एक कायाकल्प नाम का एक प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया इसी साल में, और इस कायाकल्प प्रोजेक्ट में हमने सब बच्चों का मेडिकल चेकअप किया, उन्हें खाने के लिए प्रोटीन्स दिए, उन्हें अच्छे विटामिन की टैबलेट्स दी, और पूरे साल तक हर महीने हम बच्चों के घर में वो सप्लाई करते थे। और इसी साल के एक बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम तो ये सब अलग तरह से करने की बातें हम सोचते हैं मन में, और वो करने की कोशिश करते हैं। अब आप सोचते होंगे इतनी ट्रेनिंग देते हो, इतना कुछ करते हो, तो ये ट्रेनिंग लेके बच्चे करते क्या है? तो आज हमारे कुछ 35, 40 या 50 तक बच्चे ऐसे हैं जो बाहर जाके नौकरियां करते हैं। कुछ ऑफिस में नौकरी करते हैं, कुछ गार्डन में काम करते हैं, कुछ एक प्रिंटिंग प्रेस में है, कुछ सोसाइटी, कुछ इंडस्ट्री में है, कुछ शिवाजी विद्यापीठ में हमारा एक बच्चा काम कर रहा है। अलग-अलग जगह जाके छोटे-मोटे काम करते हैं, कुछ साइकिल की दुकान में काम कर रहे हैं, कुछ मोटर रिपेयरिंग का काम करते हैं, ये पेट्रोल पंप में काम करते हैं। अलग-अलग जगह जाके हमारे कुछ ये बच्चे सब काम कर रहे हैं, और हमारा यही उद्देश्य है कि ये बच्चों अपने पाँव पर खड़े रहें, कमा के कुछ घर में लाएं, और ये दे शुड बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द सोसाइटी। हम क्या समझते हैं कि डिसेबल्ड बच्चों को डिसेबल नहीं रहना चाहिए, दे शुड बी अ पार्ट ऑफ आवर सोसाइटी, एंड सोसाइटी शुड कंसिडर दैट एज अ पार्ट ऑफ देम। सो ये करने का हमारा पिछले 36 साल से प्रयत्न चल रहा है। कितने कामयाब हो ये मुझे मालूम नहीं, क्योंकि बहुत दूर का रास्ता है। अभी हम उस रास्ते पे भी चल रहे हैं। उम्मीद है कि बहुत से लोगों के आशीर्वाद से, सहयोग से इस रास्ते पे हम चलते जाएंगे, और एक दिन ऐसा है ये डिसेबल बच्चे जो सब है उनको सोसाइटी एक्सेप्ट करेंगी, उनका सम्मान करेंगी, और उन्हें डिसेबल करके नहीं कहेंगी। उन्हें या तो डिफरेंटली एबल कहेंगी, या तुम जो हमारे जैसे ही हो भाई, आओ गले मिले, ऐसे कहेंगी। तो ये सब करने की हमारी चाहत है, कोशिश है, ऑब्जेक्टिव है, और इस दिशा में हम जा रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि मैंने जो भी आपके सामने रखा है वो हम अलग तरह से क्या करने जा रहे हैं, ये मैंने रखा है। अगर आपका कोई सवाल है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
हेलो।
हेलो।
हाँ बोला,
हाँ जी।
बोलिए।
एक मिनट। हाँ हाँ
मैम नमस्ते।
हाँ नमस्ते श्रुती. सर केवुडकर सर,
बोला बोला।
राजस्थान मधून श्रुती म्हणून आहेत, त्या तुमचा नंबर मागतात, मी त्यांना शेअर करते सर.
हो अग्री, डेफिनेट,
हाँ हाँ
नो प्रॉब्लम।
एक ओके ओके.
पवन
हेलो.
बहुत धन्यवाद।
हाँ कौन
हाँ
बोलते हैं? कौन बात कर रहा है? हाँ बोलिए
श्रुती.
बोलिए। तुम्हें मराठी बोलता का?
नहीं हिंदी बोल रही.
मैं बोलूंगी
हाँ
सर।
हाँ बोलिए बोलिए।
सर मैं उदयपुर मीरा गर्ल्स कॉलेज राजस्थान में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर हूँ सोशियोलॉजी में सर।
हाँ हो
और
बोलिए।
बहुत अच्छा लगा अभी आपको सुनना सर, और जिस विजन आपने पूरा ये वक्तव्य दिया आपका,
तिला बोलू की कल्याणीला कुठे दिसत नाही
बहुत
ती.
खुशी हुई है कि आप बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव लेकर के चल रहे हैं, और एक जो मुहिम आपने स्टार्ट करी है वो रियली इम्प्रेसिव है और अनुकरणीय है सर।
थैंक यू मैम।
असू दे सर.
आप मेरा नंबर लीजिए,
जी
आप हमारी वेबसाइट देख लीजिए,
बिल्कुल सर,
और हम
बिल्कुल।
जब भी कभी बात करना चाहें हम कर सकते हैं।
बहुत अच्छा लगा
We'll
सर।
definitely share our views, definitely.
यस सर, विद दिस हम्बल नोट की एक बहुत बड़ी जरूरत है एक पॉजिटिव
बोलिए।
वाइब्रेशन के संग डिसेबल शब्द को लेकर के जो आपने एक बहुत ही पॉजिटिव डिसेबल वर्कर कहकर के भी जो संबोधन दिया है वो रियलाइज करवा रहा है कि कितनी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी आ जाती है अगर इस तरीके से भी बात करी जाती है।
हाँ डेफिनेटली मैम।
सर मैं प्रतिभा मैम से आपका नंबर शेयर करके और आपसे जरूर सर इस संदर्भ में बात करूंगी सर। थैंक यू फॉर योर वंडरफुल सेलिब्रेशन एंड थैंक यू प्रतिभा मैम, बहुत अच्छा आपने ऑर्गेनाइज कराया। थैंक यू ऑर्गेनाइज।
अरुण कुमार सर नहीं है।
Next presentation, Gaude, that Arun Kumar is not here and he will join after. You can call Satish Kapoor.
Thank
And
you.
we will take the questions after the 3 presentation. हाँ 3 presentation होने के बाद questions लेंगे। हाँ
सतीश कपूर बोल रहा था।
हाँ
वही केयर फिल्म से। हाँ
Thank you, Keyboard sir, for giving your valuable time for
नहीं तरह में
this
सांगितलं जीवाला घेतात
national
अगदी व्यवस्थित
webinar
घेतात
and for sharing your good idea about training school in your school. Thank you, sir. Now start today's session. Next session is Satish Kapoor, sir. Satish Kapoor, sir, works disabled issues on disabled issues. He awarded Kapoor sir awarded Acharya Vinoba Bhave National Puraskar from the UNDP and National Foundation of India. Kapoor sir was the president of Brotherhood and We Care Film Festival on Disabled Issues. Founder president of Global Inclusive Education Network to promote and support school in inclusive education practices. Kapoor sir always the potentially gives on the inclusive education network and he write a book wrote a book.
दयानंद जी नमस्कार। मैं ये सारा बता दूंगा, ये बीच में सब कुछ जो मैं कर रहा हूँ मैं बता दूंगा सबको।
ठीक है
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर माय इंट्रोडक्शन।
मैं डिस्कस करना चाहूंगी कि जो आवाज स्पीकर बोल रहे हैं उसके पीछे से बहुत जोर आवाज में कोई और रिकॉर्ड बजती है, तो जरा चेक कर लीजिए। जो बातें करते हैं बराबर नहीं सुनाई देती है, प्लीज।
अभी नहीं आ रही है?
नहीं 1 minute, ma'am's point is correct. Please mute your mic while there is the presentation. वो presentation जब हो रहा था ना तो आप अपना माइक म्यूट करिए, स्पीकर को बोलने दीजिए। कुणाची माइक थोड़ा इधर बंद करें। हाँ सतीश कपूर आप यू आर ऑडिबल सर, यू कैन कंटिन्यू, नो प्रॉब्लम।
अच्छा मैं कंटिन्यू कर, ठीक है। Thank you very much Pratibha ji for inviting me for this conference. I think this is my second chance that I am talking on this issue. First time we met at Bombay, then we met at Kolhapur, Shivaji University also. So एक्चुअली मैंने सुना है सर, मैं इंग्लिश हिंदी दोनों में बोलूंगा। मैं ये सुन रहा था और जब टॉपिक मेरे सामने आया तो मेरे सामने यही था कि मैं किस तरह से अपने काम को बताऊं, किस तरह से वी स्टार्टेड ऑर्गेनाइजिंग वेरियस इंटरैक्टिव प्रोग्राम्स बिटवीन दी स्कूल्स, व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड एक्चुअली। मैं जब इस काम में शुरू किया तो उस समय यही एक बड़ा क्वेश्चन था कि व्हाट can I do for the society and as far as when it comes to persons with disability. तो ये हम सबके लिए, मैं अच्छा हुआ कि पीपीटी नहीं है मेरे पास, वो कल मेरा डेस्कटॉप जरा ठीक हुआ है तो लेकिन अच्छा हुआ पवन जी ने जो भी बातें बोली और अभी से इससे पहले भी जितने स्पीकर्स ने बोली। देखिए पार्टिसिपेंट्स से मेरा एक ही कहना है कि आज की तारीख में व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड, और आज की तारीख में कुछ जो भी एनजीओ इस फील्ड में काम कर रही हैं
वो आपको अभी पता लग रहा है. But what you can do for them or for the society at large, that is the main question we should ask ourselves. Yes, the organizations are doing. Today morning, Samarth is doing wonderful job. Then Shishu Sirohi, then other speakers came. Then Chetna Apangmati Sansthan, they are also doing good job. But now, slowly, after the this pandemic situation, the situation has changed a lot. मैं example बताता हूँ. When we started our organization, the name is Brotherhood. जब हमने society में देखा कि what is required actually, so we saw that when we visited various special schools in Delhi, we saw that these schools are, I'm talking about this was in 1994. So we saw that these special schools are working as a part of watertight compartment, means कि ये लोग इन लोगों का बाहर की दुनिया से कोई इंटरेक्शन ही नहीं होता. तो हमने दिल्ली के कई स्कूलों में गए, स्पेशल स्कूल्स में गए, तो वहां यही था, टीचर से मिले, तो टीचर से मिलके यही पता लगा कि भाई जो एक्सेप्टेंस है, जो कि बहुत बड़ा शब्द है, एक्सेप्टेंस है वही नहीं है सोसाइटी में, तो हम लोगों के साथ इंटरेक्शन क्या करें. इवन सॉरी, बियर विद मी, मेरा जरा गला ठीक नहीं है, खांसी है, तो उसको देखते हुए हमने फिर हम रेगुलर स्पेशल जो मेन स्ट्रीम स्कूल थे, हमने उनको विजिट किया. तो उनको जब विजिट किया तो वहां पता लगा कि जो वहाँ के स्टूडेंट्स हैं या टीचर्स हैं, दे आर नॉट मच अवेयर अबाउट द वर्ड डिसेबल्ड, व्हाट इज द, ये डिसेबिलिटी क्या है, एंड दे आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट ऑल दिस थिंग. क्या था,
सतीश
वो
सर,
पागल
आपका वीडियो ऑन.
वीडियो ऑन करूं? नहीं, ये माय वीडियो इज ऑन, आई थिंक.
No, sir. Only your audio
Yes.
is on.
Let me check.
It's okay. If possible, please on your video. If not, it's fine.
वीडियो का मैं ऑन करता हूं तो वो अलग से आता है.
सांगितलं.
हेल्प मी.
We can't see you, sir. It's okay. You can continue like this also.
सर आपके यहाँ से ही वीडियो ऑन होता है सर. तो अगर नहीं हो रहा तो ओके, आप कंटिन्यू कीजिए, चल रहा है अच्छी तरह से ना.
नहीं हो पा रहा है, मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ.
It's okay, sir. No problem.
भरपूर 35 वर आले, सकाळी होते तेवढेच.
तेरा आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, यस यस, यू आर ऑडिबल.
बट मैं ट्राई कर रहा हूँ कि मेरा फोटो भी आ जाए, फोटो का कुछ हो नहीं रहा है.
इसलिए तो हम स्क्रीन ले रहे हैं, इसलिए बोल रहे हैं हम आपको वीडियो ऑन करने के लिए.
एनीवे, नहीं आ रहा है. मैं तो चाहता हूँ कि फोटो आ जाए. एनीवे, नहीं आ रहा है. मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ, वो एक को दबा रहा हूँ. अच्छा, एक मिनट. अभी आ रहा है?
No, sir.
अभी आया?
No, sir.
अब?
No. Sir, it's okay.
Anyway.
If yeah, you can continue.
Okay, very just good. तो एनीवे, तो ये हमने जब, तो उस समय की सिचुएशन क्या थी, व्हाट आई वांट टू से, द सिचुएशन वाज टोटली डिफरेंट. द एक्सेप्टेंस वाज नॉट देयर ऑफ पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी. एंड और इसमें एक चीज वी लर्न वन थिंग, दैट व्हेन वी सॉ इन ए फैमिली, जब एक बच्चा स्पेशल है और एक बच्चा नॉर्मल है, तो वहां हमने देखा कि जब वो बच्चे एक ही घर में हैं, स्पेशल भी और नॉर्मल भी, लेकिन व्हेन इट कम्स टू एजुकेशन, जैसे बच्चे बड़े होते हैं तो क्या होता है एजुकेशन, तो एजुकेशन जैसे स्टार्ट होती है तो एक क्या होता है, घर में एक बच्चा जो स्पेशल है वो स्पेशल स्कूल में जा रहा है, और जो स्पेशल और जो नॉर्मल है वो नॉर्मल स्कूल में जा रहा है। तो ये जो चीज ना कहीं हमको ठीक नहीं लगी कि यदि एक फैमिली में दो बच्चे हैं अलग अलग स्कूल। हेलो, हाँ, टेल मी। हेलो, हेलो,
Sir, you can continue.
ओके।
Sorry,
तो
there was some problem.
तो वो चीज मैं आपसे, ये बात बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट थी और बड़ी एक अपील कर रही थी हमारे माइंड को, जो हमारे सब वॉलंटियर्स थे, कि जब घर से बाहर निकलता है, एजुकेशन इज द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टूल एंड और इट्स अ राइट ऑफ एवरी चाइल्ड। तो वहां जब एजुकेशन की बात आती है तो अभी भी वही सिचुएशन है कि स्पेशल बच्चे को स्पेशल स्कूल में भेज देना, नॉर्मल बच्चे को नॉर्मल स्कूल में भेज देना। तो जब सोसाइटी हमारी एक ही घर में सब बच्चे रहते हैं, तो जब एजुकेशन की बात आती है तो उनको अलग क्यों कर दिया जाता है? ये क्वेश्चन का आंसर हमको नहीं मिल पा रहा था, क्यों ऐसा है। एक तो चीज थी जो कि हमने जब स्पेशल स्कूल को हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया था और जब उनके विजिट किया, तो वो जो एक शब्द आया था वाटर टाइट कंपार्टमेंट, को एक एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं है सोसाइटी में। तो फ्रेंड्स, वहां से हमारा एक काम शुरू हुआ उस समय कि वी स्टार्टेड इंटरएक्शन प्रोग्राम्स बिटवीन स्पेशल स्कूल्स एंड द रेगुलर स्कूल, मेन स्ट्रीम। वो एक ऐसा पॉइंट था कि इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम कहाँ कैसे किस तरह कराया जाए। अभी थोड़ी देर पहले पवन जी ने इस तरह के कई प्रोग्राम बताए। तो इन शॉर्ट इसकी भी बहुत लंबी कहानी है कि इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम शुरू किए। इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम में क्या होता था कि आवर मेन पर्पज वाज टू सेंसिटाइज द students of the regular mainstream school about disabled, what is the status of disability in India, and what are the positive things persons with disabilities are having. तो इसके लिए एक सिंपल सा हमने क्वेश्चनर बनाया था। पहले उसमें 7 क्वेश्चन थे, उसके बाद वो बढ़ते बढ़ते 21 क्वेश्चन हो गए। वो और 21 क्वेश्चन में KAP, नॉलेज, एप्टीट्यूड और प्रैक्टिस को हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते थे कि कितना फर्क है। पहले जब वो क्वेश्चनर भरवाते थे और प्रोग्राम 6 महीने के प्रोग्राम के बाद जब हम प्रोग्राम के बाद जब क्वेश्चनर भरवाते थे तो उसमें बहुत डिफरेंस आता था, क्योंकि एक इंटरेक्शन होता था। इंटरेक्शन भी क्या, पहले ओरिएंटेशन दिया जाता था। देखिए, मैं ये सब बातें इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि हम जब किसी चीज को भी शुरू करें, आप भी जब भी किसी चीज को जब भी शुरू करने जाएं और एक संस्था बनाएं या संस्था में काम करते हैं, तो हमको उसके बारे में आज की स्थिति क्या है, आज क्या क्या अवेलेबल है, उस चीज, और हमारे लॉज क्या कहते हैं, एक्ट क्या कहते हैं, एजुकेशन एक्ट क्या है, HR जो PWD एक्ट है वो क्या कहता है, उन सब की जानकारी होगी। और सोसाइटी में क्या चल रहा है, NGOs क्या कर रही है, वो सबकी नॉलेज होना बड़ा जरूरी है। वो यदि नॉलेज जरूरी नहीं है तो आप फिर इस तरह के यदि सोशल सेक्टर किसी भी सेक्टर में जाए तो हम काम नहीं कर पाएंगे। बट एट प्रेजेंट ग्राउंड लेवल पे क्या हो रहा है उसको जानना बड़ा मुश्किल है। एंड देन एक डिस्कशन होगा, कोई ना कोई नया रास्ता निकल आता है, जैसे कि इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम का हमारा निकला। अब इंटरेक्शन प्रोग्राम में सबसे पहले ओरिएंटेशन हम देते थे रेगुलर्स को। हमारा वर्क स्टेशन, हमारा जो कर्म स्थल था, कर्म भूमि क्या बन गया, स्पेशल, ये नॉट स्पेशल स्कूल। हम चाहते थे कि एडमिशन जो बच्चों का है, जो सारे बच्चे एक ही स्कूल में पढ़े इन स्पाइट ऑफ देयर एनी डिसेबिलिटी। अब आप कहेंगे कि जो सीवियर डिसेबिलिटी है, MRI, उनका क्या हो, उसका बारे में आपसे बात करूं। तो जो वो चीज एक आनी चाहिए कि एजुकेशन अंडर वन रूफ होनी चाहिए, उसके ऊपर हम लोगों ने काम करना शुरू किया। और तो हमारा जो कर्म भूमि जो मेन हमारा काम होना शुरू हुआ वो रेगुलर स्कूल, ओरिएंटेशन देना अबाउट, एक ही क्लास के 40 स्टूडेंट लेते थे, और ओरिएंटेशन अबाउट डिसेबल्ड, डिसेबिलिटी, देयर स्टेटस, अभी क्या क्या लॉ हैं, एंड व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय डिसेबल्ड, व्हाट इज इम्पेयरमेंट, व्हाट इज हैंडीकैप। ये सारी चीजें जो हम लोग उनके जो मिसकंसेप्शन थे, यानी कि जब हम पूछा करते थे व्हाट डू यू मीन व्हेन वी सॉ एनी पर्सन हु कैन नॉट सी, हु कैन नॉट वॉक, हु कैन नॉट थिंक प्रॉपर्ली, तो उनको क्या कहा जाता था, वही कहा जाता था जो आज की तारीख में हमने शब्द चेंज कर दिए हैं, लेकिन अलग अलग जो हिंदी या अलग अलग जो हमारे इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस हैं, अंधा, लंगड़ा, इस तरह की बातें, MR, पागल, इस तरह के शब्द यूज किए जाते थे, विच वर रॉन्ग। तो इस पर हमने जब काम करना शुरू किया तो उनको बताया गया कि अभी मेरे ख्याल आप लोगों को अभी किसी ने बताया कि ये डिसेबल्ड, हैंडीकैप और इम्पेयरमेंट में क्या फर्क है? कोई जानता है आप लोगों में से? व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस और व्हाट इज द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन इम्पेयरमेंट, डिसेबिलिटी एंड हैंडीकैप? कोई बताएगा मुझे तो मुझे अच्छा लगेगा, आप पार्टिसिपेंट्स में। एनीबडी एल्स? इम्पेयरमेंट क्या है, डिसेबिलिटी क्या है और हैंडीकैप क्या है?
पार्टिसिपेंट आप सर जो पूछ रहे हैं ना, उसका थोड़ा एलाबोरेशन कीजिए, कोई भी कर सकते हैं आप।
कोई भी कोई कुछ भी आपके दिमाग में है ना, जस्ट लेट मी।
एनी स्पीकर आल्सो।
क्योंकि हम लोग डिसेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं। इम्पेयरमेंट शब्द आपने सुना, हैंडीकैप शब्द आपने सुना होगा, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी सुना होगा, बट ये है क्या? इम्पेयरमेंट क्या है, डिसेबिलिटी क्या है, हैंडीकैप क्या है? प्लीज।
हेलो डॉक्टर विजया मैम, हेलो। Hello, hello, Dr. V. Janki, you can answer the question of sir. Hello. Hello, Prasanna Shetty.
देखिए, यदि आपको इन 3 चीजों का नहीं पता तो इस तरह की जब डिसेबिलिटी के ऊपर कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है तो उनको अंडरस्टैंड करने में आपको दिक्कत होगी, आप उन चीजों को अंडरस्टैंड नहीं कर पाएंगे, ये मेरा मानना है। ओके, दीज शब्द यू आर लिसनिंग, आपने पहले भी सुनी होगी, आज भी सुनी है, इम्पेयरमेंट भी सुना होगा, डिसेबिलिटी भी, डिसेबल्ड सुना होगा, मैं भी हैंडीकैप भी सुना होगा। तो इन सब का मतलब क्या है?
Hello,
I
from
think
but Shruti, you can also answer. Hello.
ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, मैं इसको क्लियर कर देता हूँ। देखिए, हम जब भी any loss of our any body part due to accident or by birth, any loss, it can be उसको हम लोग we call that impairment. Any loss, physically, anatomically or by birth or during the lifetime accident हो गया, so that is called impairment. And due to that impairment, we cannot perform certain tasks. For example, मेरी आंखों की रोशनी नहीं, आंखों में रोशनी नहीं है, this is my impairment. And what is the role of eyes? To see. It means my impairment is I have no vision, so I cannot see. मेरा एक एक्सीडेंट में, ऑफिस में, स्कूल में, कहीं भी गए और कोई एक्सीडेंट हो गया तो आई लॉस्ट माई हैंड और लॉस्ट माई लेग, कट करना पड़ा, तो क्या हो गया? लॉस ऑफ लेग और लॉस ऑफ लेग इज इम्पेयरमेंट. अब व्हाट इज द फंक्शन ऑफ दैट पार्ट? आई कैन नॉट वॉक प्रॉपरली, आई कैन नॉट रन. मेरा हाथ यदि नहीं है तो सीधा हाथ चला गया तो मैं सीधे हाथ से लिखता था, तो मेरा हाथ का कट जाना इज इम्पेयरमेंट, बट आई कैन नॉट परफॉर्म दैट पर्टिकुलर टास्क विच माई हैंड अलाउज. इट मीन्स मैं लिख नहीं सकता, मैं कोई हाथ से काम नहीं कर सकता, तो दैट इज कॉल्ड डिसेबिलिटी. So due to impairment, I cannot perform some task that is called disabled, अपना disability. And now what is handicap? Handicap हम बड़ा शब्द अच्छे से यूज करते हैं, हैंड इन कैप, इस तरह की चीजें आती हैं. मेरी आंखें नहीं है और मुझे बाहर घूमने जाना है, या मेरे पास व्हील चेयर आ गई है, मैं व्हील चेयर पे हूँ और मुझे बाहर घूमने जाना है. I cannot go outside because there are no ramps in the society. इन घर में भी रैम नहीं है, तो इट मीन्स मैं एक इम्पेयरमेंट से डिसेबिलिटी हुई, डिसेबिलिटी के बाद मैं एक मेन स्ट्रीम सोसाइटी में अपने इंडिपेंडेंटली घूम सकता हूँ, एंड दैट फैसिलिटी इज नॉट available in the society. So society is making me handicapped to go out. मैं बस नहीं चढ़ सकता, बस में टाइम वो नहीं है, आजकल कुछ बसें आ गई हैं, तो ये एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, ये समझना बड़ा जरूरी होता है कि इम्पेयरमेंट क्या है, उससे हमको कोई चीजें परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और सोसाइटल लेवल पे सोसाइटी के तारीफ से हमको वो फैसिलिटीज आर नॉट अवेलेबल, तो वी आर हैंडीकैप टू परफॉर्म या टू गो आउट टू सी टू राइड ए बस, वो सब चीजें होती हैं। तो ये एक डिफरेंस है, इम्पेयरमेंट, डिसेबिलिटी एंड हैंडीकैप। तो ये हो गया, इन शब्दों को समझना बड़ा जरूरी होता है, हमने भी समझा है। तो ये शब्द हमको नहीं समझ में आएगा तो हम इस फील्ड में काम करेंगे, लेकिन हम लोग शब्दों पर ही ध्यान देंगे। बट जब हम इन शब्दों को सीख जाते हैं, इनका मतलब सीख जाते हैं, मैं मोटा हूं, नहीं भाग सकता भाई, मैं मोटा हूं, इट्स माई इम्पेयरमेंट, आई कैन नॉट रन, इसमें मुझे शुगर है, या इस तरह की कई चीजें हैं जो हिडन हमारी बीमारियां होती है, वो भी एक तरह से वहां पर भी इम्पेयरमेंट है, और उसमें भी डिसेबिलिटी है, उसके लिए भी हम लोग कुछ ना कुछ दवाई लेते हैं, करेक्टिव मेजर्स लेते हैं। तो ऐसे ही ये शब्दों का जानना बड़ा बहुत जरूरी होता है इसमें। अब मैं बात करता हूँ, तो इस तरह की बातें जब हम लोग करते थे स्कूलों में, इसको करने के लिए कि जो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी, जो अचीवर्स विद डिसेबिलिटी बोलते थे हम लोग, तो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज का इंटरव्यू हम लोग करवाते थे विद द मेन स्ट्रीम स्कूल। जब वो उनके साथ इंटरेक्शन करते थे तो उनको पता लगता था कि इतना ही और शी इज ऑन व्हील चेयर, बट ही हैज डन सो मच। हम जो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, जो ब्लाइंड लोग हैं, उनको लेके जाते थे, तो वो कहते थे इतनी डबल डबल एमए, डबल डबल ग्रेजुएशन करके बैठे हुए हैं, और हम सोचते थे कि ब्लाइंड कैसे पढ़ते हैं, कि क्या करते होंगे। तो व्हाट आई वांट टू से, व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड creating awareness, purpose is acceptance by the society at large. स्कूलों से शुरू किया, कैच देम यंग, एंड ये व्हाट वाज आवर मोटो, साइकोलॉजिकल एक्सेप्टेंस कम्स मच बिफोर फिजिकल एक्सेप्टेंस, ये एक था। तो ये करते करते हमारा एक मॉडल बना, OIA मॉडल, ओरिएंटेशन थ्रू ओरिएंटेशन एक्टिविटी, ओरिएंटेशन लेक्चर्स, इंटरैक्टिव एक्टिविटीज। इंटरैक्टिव एक्टिविटीज क्या करते थे, सेम बच्चे 40 वो, और 10-10 बच्चे हम लोग अलग अलग कैटेगरीज के बच्चों को लेके जाते थे एक बस में। यू कैन इमेजिन क्या मजा आता हो। क्या लर्निंग मिली कि जो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी ही नहीं मेन स्ट्रीम में आते, जो 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 रेगुलर बच्चे हैं, जो हमारे नॉर्मल बच्चे हैं, सो कॉल्ड नॉर्मल, उन बच्चों को नहीं बताते कि कितने तरह की डिसेबिलिटी होती है, बट विद इन द डिसेबिलिटी नहीं पता था कि अलग अलग तरह की भी डिसेबिलिटीज होती है। तो वो जानने का वहां सबको मौका मिला, जानने का मौका मिला। और पूरे 6 महीने के बाद जब होता था, इसके रिजल्ट मैं यही खत्म करूंगा कि रेगुलर स्कूल के टीचर्स, प्रिंसिपल्स ने अपने यहाँ पर स्पेशल बच्चों को, जो चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटीज थे, उनको एडमिशन देना शुरू किया। दैट वाज आवर पर्पस। और इसका अचीवमेंट ये रही कि इस प्रोजेक्ट को UNDP का एक प्रोग्राम उन दिनों चल रहा था, यंग वॉलंटियर्स फ्रॉम एंड अमंग पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी, यूनाइटेड नेशन वॉलंटियर्स। आप जैसे आपने आपको बताया अभी कि आई गॉट अपना नेशनल वॉलंटियर अवार्ड विच वाज कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड बाय UNDP एंड NFI। तो उसमें हमने UN के साथ काम करके, 125 स्कूलों के साथ काम करके और उसकी रिपोर्ट जिनेवा तक गई। OIA मॉडल बड़ा सक्सेसफुल था। अब यहाँ बात उठती थी कि हम एक्सेप्टेंस की बात कर रहे हैं, बट सोसाइटी में एक्सेप्टेंस क्या है? वो तो जी अभी तक, यदि मुझे जॉब चाहिए एक आदमी को, क्योंकि देखिए मैं आज एक बात अभी बोल रहा हूं, हम कुछ भी कर लें, एक पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज को अकॉर्डिंग टू देयर एबिलिटी, कैपेसिटी, उनको ट्रेनिंग देके उनको जॉब दिलवाते हैं। जॉब का हमको उनको किसी भी तरह से हम लोग कोऑर्डिनेट करके उनको दिलाते हैं। तो एक डिसेबल जब वो मैरिड होगा, वो एक नॉर्मल लाइफ से, डिसेबिलिटी लाइफ से नॉर्मल लाइफ में शिफ्ट होगा। सोचना इस बात को मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं है कि डिसेबल्ड है तो डिसेबल के बच्चे भी डिसेबल्ड ही पैदा नहीं होता है। तो यदि हम लोग एम्पावरमेंट की बात करते हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात करते हैं, तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट पर हमको बहुत से ऑर्गेनाइजेशन काम कर रही हैं, लेकिन उसका मेन पर्पस ये होता है कि एम्प्लॉयमेंट उनको उनके रोजी रोटी जरिया उनके हाथों में दे देते हैं, तो वो डिसेबिलिटी से नॉर्मलसी की तरफ, मेन स्ट्रीम की तरफ ऑटोमेटिकली शुरू हो जाती है, उनकी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन होती है। तो एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं थी, मैं बात कर रहा था। तो उस समय फिर हमने देखा कि 2002 की बात है कि सोसाइटी में हमारी ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग चलती रहती थी, क्या करें, कैसे अवेयरनेस बनाएं, कैसे एक्सेप्टेंस हो। तो हमने देखा कि एक फिल्म फेस्टिवल हो रहा था, अलग अलग होते थे। फिल्म फेस्टिवल ऑफ वुमेन्स इशू था, तो वो मेरी निगाह गई। तो उस समय हमारी जो वॉलंटियर थी नंदिता दास मैडम थी, तो उनके साथ हमने डिस्कशन किया कि क्या हम लोग डिसेबिलिटी इश्यूज के ऊपर फिल्म फेस्टिवल कर सकते हैं। बहुत लंबा डिस्कशन चला, लेकिन मुझे था कि ये फेस्टिवल बहुत हिट रहेगा यदि हम ये इसकी शुरुआत करते हैं। मुझे रोका गया कि ये फिल्म फेस्टिवल गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे होता है या जो बड़ी बड़ी एनजीओ होती है वो करती है, और हमारे पास कुछ पैसा भी नहीं था, बिकॉज वी वर ऑल वॉलंटियर्स जो ये काम करते थे, अलग अलग स्कूलों में काम कर रहे हैं। और एनीवे, इन शॉर्ट, we started organizing film festival named We Care Film Festival on disability issues, and we came to know that we became pioneer in organizing this festival in India. इससे पहले कभी कोई फेस्टिवल ऑन डिसेबिलिटी इश्यूज नहीं हुआ था। एंड in the beginning of the film festival, in the first 2 years, we showed films of Bollywood and Hollywood films. We invited Guljar ji, we invited Sain Paranjpe, we invited मतलब उन लोगों को बुलाना, अब मुझे नाम ध्यान नहीं आ रहा है, कभी एक्ट्रेस ही नंदिता दास और साउथ इंडियन की एक और फिल्म एक्ट्रेस हैं, उनको सबको बुला के हम लोग उनकी फिल्म दिखाते थे, डिस्कशन करते थे। पर्पस वाज टू मेक सेंसिटाइज दी होम। यहाँ बड़ा एक क्वेश्चन था कि हम सेंसिटाइज किन लोगों को करें। तो उसमें एक मेजर पार्ट हमने लिया, जनरल पब्लिक के अलावा, जनरल स्टूडेंट्स के अलावा हमने मेजर पार्ट ये लिया। हमने सोचा कि वी शुड मेक अवेयर स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ मास कम्युनिकेशन, जर्नलिज्म एंड फिल्म मेकिंग, क्योंकि ये लोग जब एक आदमी जब लिखता है या फिल्म बनाता है, डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाता है, तो उसका मैसेज लाखों लोगों तक पहुंचता है। वो लिखे, स्टोरी लिखे, कुछ भी करता है। तो वो हमने शुरू से किया कि मास कम्युनिकेशन, जर्नलिज्म, फिल्म मेकिंग के स्टूडेंट को साथ में लिया। 2007 से वी स्टार्टेड ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कॉम्पिटिटिव फिल्म फेस्टिवल। 18 साल हो गए कॉम्पिटिटिव फिल्म फेस्टिवल करते हुए। 200 के लगभग वेन्यूज पर वी हैव ऑलरेडी ऑर्गेनाइज फिल्म फेस्टिवल। जैसे अभी पवन जी ने बताया कि पवन जी के यहाँ पे हमने भी किया और बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल रहा। लोग 8-8 बजे तक ही बैठे रहते थे वहां देखते हुए फिल्म। इतना क्रेज था। और मुझे आई एम श्योर कि उस फिल्म फेस्टिवल के बाद काफी कुछ फर्क पड़ा होगा, जो लोग वहां देखने आए, हॉल फुल रहता था। मैं अप्रिशिएट किया हमेशा कि लोग वहां के बड़े अच्छे थे, देखते थे फिल्म को। तो वी स्टार्टेड ऑर्गेनाइजिंग फिल्म फेस्टिवल टू क्रिएट अवेयरनेस अबाउट वेरियस इश्यूज ऑफ डिसेबिलिटीज, so that as a citizen we can understand the issues, the problems faced by persons with disabilities, and being a disabled or being a person with disability, how they have overcome that disability and they are leading a normal life. एक लर्निंग जो हमने सीखी, नॉर्मल लाइफ, एवरीबडी इज नॉर्मल अकॉर्डिंग टू हिज और हर एबिलिटी। ये आप जान लीजिए, कोई डिसेबल नहीं है, कहेंगे कोई डिसेबल नहीं है, कोई नॉर्मल नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है। सिंपल, यदि इसको समझना है तो इसको कहीं बार बार नहीं करना है, बट इफ यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड एवरीबडी इज नॉर्मल अकॉर्डिंग टू हिज और हर एबिलिटी। जब ये हम लोग डिसेबल नॉर्मल की बात करते हैं, तब इन बातों को हमको ध्यान में रखना है, क्योंकि हम सब लोग सारे काम एक साथ नहीं कर सकते। मैं कुछ कर सकता हूँ, कोई कुछ कर सकता है, तो इट्स अ टीम वर्क। एक्सेप्टेंस की जब बात आती है तो इट इज ए टीम वर्क। जब तक हम लोग टीम में काम नहीं करेंगे और जिन लोगों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं उनको भी जब तक इन्वॉल्व नहीं करेंगे, वी कैन नॉट अचीव आवर गोल्स। एक ये लर्निंग रही। जैसे मैंने बताया कि 200 फिल्म फेस्टिवल कर चुके हैं देश विदेश में, और जो स्कूलों के जो प्रोग्राम्स हम लोग कर रहे थे उसमें टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट इज आवर पार्टनर। फिल्म फेस्टिवल में यूनाइटेड नेशंस, इंडिया एंड यूनेस्को दे आर आवर फंडिंग पार्टनर्स। तो इसी के वी हैव गॉट अराउंड 1100 प्लस फिल्म्स फ्रॉम 150 प्लस कंट्रीज एंड इट्स ए इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल। यू कैन गूगल इट, वी केयर फिल्म फेस्टिवल, आपको काफी जानकारी मिलेगी। और हमने फ्रांस से लेके, दुबई से लेके, मॉरिशस से लेके कई कंट्रीज में किया और अपने देश में भी कई फेस्टिवल किए हैं। और हमारा मेन टारगेट वाज टू क्रिएट अवेयरनेस अमंग द यूथ ऑफ दिस कंट्री। तो हम लोग ये फेस्टिवल जो हमारा मेनली जाता था स्कूल कॉलेजेस में जाता है, और वहाँ पर जनरल पब्लिक के लिए भी कभी कभी हम लोग कर देते हैं। गोवा में बड़ा सक्सेसफुल रहा है, नवसारी में बहुत सक्सेसफुल रहा है, और लाखों मतलब हजारों की तादाद में लोगों ने देखा है। तो ये फिल्म फेस्टिवल I was invited by UNESCO in 2012 and 13 and they उन्होंने फिल्म फेस्टिवल को रिकॉग्नाइज किया, और वहाँ एक कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही थी। दे वर प्लानिंग, यूनेस्को का नॉलेज सोसाइटी डिपार्टमेंट था, दे वर प्लानिंग इवन इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन रोल ऑफ ICTs फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी। तो आई टॉक टू देम एंड आई आस्क्ड देम, वो अपना ब्राजील में लेके जा रहे थे फेस्टिवल को, उसको प्रोग्राम को। आई टोल्ड देम ये व्हाई नॉट इन इंडिया। तो उनको कहा कि इंडिया में हमको परमिशन दिला दो, यहाँ कुछ सिस्टम है विच इज वेरी बहुत लंबा सिस्टम है। तो मैं क्या, नहीं, मैं अपनी डिसेबिलिटी डिपार्टमेंट है वहां बात की, वो ऑर्गेनाइज किया हमने 2014 में विज्ञान भवन में। उसका जो आउटकम डॉक्यूमेंट मिला, उसमें वी केयर फिल्म फेस्टिवल वाज द इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ दैट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दैट द इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस, एंड व्हेन आउटकम डॉक्यूमेंट केम, everybody 80 participants from the 80 countries, they said that the inclusion of We Care Film Festival was an excellent idea, and we should, whenever UNESCO will and it was decided in that meeting also at the end of the conference, whenever UNESCO will organize any activity on disability issues, We Care will become the part, will be the part of that. उसके बाद तो एक साल लगता है उनको, अलग अलग उनकी जो मेंबर कंट्रीज को उन्होंने पूरा डॉक्यूमेंट भेजा, दे रेटिफाई, एंड नाउ इन 2015 we came to know that We Care Film Festival has become the integral part of the UNESCO program. तो ये फिल्म फेस्टिवल की बात हुई। तो एक्सेप्टेंस के ऊपर हम उस तरह से काम करते चले गए। अब जो हमारा काम चल रहा था वी केयर फिल्म, सॉरी, स्कूल का इंक्लूजन का, तो वो हमको लगता था कि ये इंक्लूजन की बात हम लोग कर रहे हैं कि स्कूल लेवल पे एक प्रोग्राम चल सकता है, उसका मॉड्यूल बना, वो सब हमने हो गया। लेकिन जब तक पॉलिसी में नहीं आएगा इस तरह की चीजें, जैसे बहुत छोटी छोटी, सब काफी एनजीओ इसके ऊपर काम कर रही थी, आज भी कर रही हैं, बट एक पॉलिसी पेपर जब तक नहीं बनेगा, वी कैन नॉट अचीव आवर गोल ऑफ इंक्लूजन। उसके लिए हमने वी हैड मतलब ये बहुत मीटिंग्स की हमने कि क्या ऐसी चीज है कि जिससे कि पॉलिसी लेवल पर आए या ना आए। वो पॉलिसी में क्या होता है कि यदि आज महाराष्ट्र की एक एनजीओ काम कर रही है, या एक यूपी की को एनजीओ काम कर रही है, वो अपने अपने एरिया में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है, बट व्हेन वी गो टू द सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, उनका कहना यही होता है कि जहां आप काम कर रहे हो वहीं ये शूट करता होगा, बाहर शूट करेगा, बाकी जगह पे शूट नहीं करेगा। एग्रीड, वो उनके ना करने के तरीके हैं, वो क्यों, वो नहीं हो सकता। वो एक क्वेश्चन है, आप सब जो भी लोग हैं जानते हैं कि वो एक एनजीओ काम को आगे नहीं लेके, इट्स सिंपल, यही है। अच्छा, इसमें मैं फिल्म फेस्टिवल से रिलेटेड एक बात और जोड़ दूं कि और इसमें बधाई भी है और कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन भी है टू अपंग बत्ती संस्थान में। हमारा जब फिल्म फेस्टिवल हुआ था जो यहाँ पर कोल्हापुर में, तो वी हैड ये डिस्कशन विद पवन जी, प्रमोद जी एंड इनकी जो टीम थी। एक्चुअली उन दिनों मेरा एक कॉन्सेप्ट था छोटा सा कि ये जो फिल्म्स हैं, फिल्म्स आर नॉट एक्सेसिबल फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी। हम सबटाइटल्स फिल्म थी, लेकिन सबटाइटल होते हुए भी जो विजुअल इंपेयरमेंट वो हैं उनके लिए वो फिल्म हम भी नहीं कर पा रहे थे, तो वो ऑडियो डिस्क्रिप्शन सब होना चाहिए। तो हमने उन दिनों जब ब्लैक फिल्म आई थी, तो हमने संजय लीला बंसाली और उनकी पूरी टीम को परस्यू किया कि प्लीज हैव सबटाइटल्स एटलीस्ट फॉर इंडियन पर्सन विद हियरिंग इम्पेयरमेंट। वो आंसर ये मिला कि ये, और जो हम बाहर की फिल्में, बाहर जब इसका प्रिंट बेचते हैं उसमें होती है, इंडिया में नहीं। एनीवे, तो मेरा एक विजन था, एक था कि मैं एक छोटी सी वीडियो ऐसी बनाऊं जो कि टोटल एक्सेसिबल। दिमाग में आया कि कैन वी हैव आवर नेशनल एंथम इन साइन लैंग्वेज, वो एक तो वो था। तो इन शॉर्ट हमने वो बनाया। उसमें गोविंद निलानी जी ने इसके डायरेक्टर थे, आदेश श्रीवास्तव से हमने म्यूजिक करवाया। It was my concept and produced by Brotherhood at We Care Film Festival, our organization, इसका जिक्र मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि इसको दिल्ली पूरे पूरे देश में हमने एक साथ लॉन्च किया था, एंड अपंग मति संस्थान वाज दी मेजर पार्टनर। तो इन्होंने भी उस दिन अपने यहाँ किया, संस्थान इन्होंने किया, और आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक पवन जी एंड प्रमोद जी, एंड मैं सर का नाम बोल रहा हूँ उनका भी, कि दे सपोर्टेड अस इन ए बिग। तो आप लोगों को शायद कोल्हापुर में जो लोग हैं उनको देखा हो शायद इंडियन नेशनल साइन एंथम फीचरिंग अमिताभ बच्चन विद पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज, और अपंग मति संस्थान के कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ने भी उसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया था। यू कैन सी ऑन गूगल नेशनल एंथम अमिताभ बच्चन सतीश कपूर, इसमें टाइप करके मिल सकता है। तो ये एक मैं ऐड करना चाह रहा हूँ। तो वो जो मैं पॉलिसी मेकिंग की बात कर रहा था, तो वहां हमारा बहुत वो डिस्कशन हुआ विद टिस के प्रोफेसर थे, हमारा एक जो ग्रुप था उसके साथ। तो ये हमको देखने के मिला, ये विजुअलाइज और वी केम टू डिसीजन कि जो टीचर्स है ना, टीचर्स आर द मेजर मेन पर्सनल इन द स्कूल, और स्कूल में स्पेशल एजुकेटर के साथ साथ वी शुड ट्रेन और वी शुड सेंसिटाइज लैंग्वेज एंड सब्जेक्ट टीचर्स अबाउट डिसेबिलिटी और वेरियस टाइप्स ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी। ये एक प्रोग्राम स्कूलों में होना चाहिए, लेकिन एक लेवल तक इसके ऊपर काम हुआ है, लेकिन एट लार्ज नहीं हो पाया। तो इसके लिए हमने ग्लोबल इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन नेटवर्क एक बनाया, जिसमें हमने जो भी इस इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के ऊपर लोग काम कर रहे हैं उनको हमने बोर्ड पे लिया। gene.in इसकी वेबसाइट है, उसमें आप देख सकते हैं। इसमें जिन स्कूलों में मेन स्ट्रीम स्कूलों में इंक्लूजन के ऊपर काम हो रहा था, उनके प्रिंसिपल्स को बनाया। हर स्कूल में वी फॉर्म्ड स्कूल इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन डेवलपमेंट टीम, उसके साथ हम लोग काफी काम कर रहे हैं। और इसी दौरान आई रोट ए बुक ऑन क्वालिटी इंडिकेटर्स फॉर इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन which is being used by hundreds of schools across India, and the purpose is by using this book every school can come out, they can come out one their self assessment report कि वो डिसेबिलिटी को इंक्लूजन को इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन को देने में क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या नहीं कर रहे हैं, क्या और होना चाहिए, उसका एक असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट अपनी बना सकते हैं। तो उसके ऊपर एक दिस बुक वाज endorsed by the Secretary of Education at the time, then the chairman, NCPCR, and UNESCO ने इसको लॉन्च किया, और along with the Ministry of HRD। तो वो बुक काफी था, क्योंकि एक सिस्टम होना चाहिए। हम कोई भी सिस्टम यदि हम लोग अडॉप्ट करते हैं, तो इंक्लूजन की बात है तो ये नहीं होता कि स्कूल के बच्चे लाए, एडमिशन दे दिया, हो गया काम। नो, एडमिशन इटसेल्फ इज ए प्रोसेस, टीचिंग इज इटसेल्फ ए प्रोसेस। बच्चे का ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट होता है तो उसका एक प्रोसेस का पार्ट, वो एक प्रोसेस में होना चाहिए, एकदम नहीं कि एकदम हो गया। तो वहां उस प्रोसेस में हमने ये देखा कि टीचर्स आर नॉट एक्सेप्टिंग पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज। यही होता था, ये स्पेशल एजुकेटर का काम है, हमारा काम है, आपने सुना होगा जनरली। तो उसको तोड़ करने के लिए नाउ वी आर वर्किंग ऑन, अंडर दिस ग्लोबल इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन नेटवर्क, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन कि there should be inclusive teaching and learning program for all teachers, for siblings, और for all stakeholders जो भी इसमें उसके लिए देयर शुड बी वन प्रोग्राम कि इंक्लूसिव टीचिंग लर्निंग का सिस्टम आना चाहिए और हमारी सोसाइटी में होना चाहिए। टू बिगिन विद, अंडर दिस वी आर ऑल सेट, और शायद अप्रैल में हम लोग उसको लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम फॉर स्पेसिफिक लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी। इसमें जो चैप्टर्स लिखे गए हैं, इंडिया में जो भी इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के ऊपर, जो सॉरी एलडी के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं, जैसे महाराष्ट्र डिस्लेक्सिया एसोसिएशन है, अल्फा टू ओमेगा है, और यूके के कुछ लोग हैं उन्होंने लिखा है, कुछ स्कूलों ने इसमें चैप्टर्स लिखे हैं, तो वो हमारा चैप्टर्स अभी उसमें ऑलरेडी कंपाइल्ड हो गया, उस पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो व्हाट आई वांट टू से कि एजुकेट द टीचर, एजुकेशन टू टीचर, इवन आप लोगों को भी कोई ज्वाइन करना चाहता है आफ्टर दैट, तो उसके बाद ऑटिज्म के ऊपर, उसके बाद एआई, उसके बाद जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल है, उन सबको मिला के भी हम लोग इस कोड को कंपाइल करेंगे, विच विल बी नेम इंक्लूसिव टीचिंग एंड लर्निंग प्रोग्राम। देन वी विल कुछ साल, 1-2 साल काम करने के बाद देन वी विल हैव दिस एज ए full fledged course, and we will planning to recognize this course from the NCTE, right? Because inclusive education comes in. एक बात और मेरे को ध्यान में आ रही है, जब when we talk inclusive education, according to the vision document of Government of India, education of children with and without disabilities should be under Ministry of HR. It is written. और distribution of aids and appliances should come under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. लेकिन ऐसा हो नहीं रहा है हमारे, और इसके कई, और क्योंकि इसमें हो क्या रहा है कि जो डिसेबिलिटी है हमारे देश में अलग से डिपार्टमेंट है, बट इन अदर कंट्रीज द डिसेबिलिटी कम्स अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ। इसीलिए WHO डिसेबिलिटी में हमारे देश में काम नहीं कर पा रही है, क्योंकि वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ के साथ काम करती है, और हेल्थ में डिसेबिलिटी नहीं है। जस्ट फॉर द नॉलेज से मैंने आपको बता दिया। तो अब इसको और एक एक्सेप्टेंस की बात कर रहे हैं या इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, और इसको कैसे हम लोग सक्सेसफुल बनाएं, उसके लिए वी स्टार्टेड विद टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट, वी स्टार्टेड ऑर्गेनाइजिंग नेशनल एंड इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, और 2017 से लेके और इन्हें स्पैन ऑफ 30 मंथ्स हमने 8 जगह पर वो ऑर्गेनाइज किया, पूरे देश में किया जा रहा है। बॉम्बे से शुरू किया, कलकत्ता, सॉरी गोवा,
Hello, sir.
हाँ जी।
Sir, due to time constraint, there is, I mean, another speaker is waiting. So
कितना
can
टाइम है? 2 मिनट, 3 मिनट?
in next 5 minutes, you can take 5 more minutes, and you can
मैं 5
conclude
मिनट
it.
में खत्म कर, पानी मेरा ऑलमोस्ट खत्म है, 5 मिनट ले।
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
तो ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ, आपने कई कॉन्फ्रेंसेस अटेंड की होंगी, उसमें क्या होता है कि हम बड़े बड़े स्पीकर्स को बुलाते हैं। हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस में बहुत डिफरेंस आता है। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में वी इनवाइट पेपर्स फ्रॉम द प्रैक्टिशनर इटसेल्फ, यानी कि कौन है प्रैक्टिशनर? स्पेशल एजुकेटर, काउंसलर, जो ग्राउंड लेवल पर बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं, और वो जो भी काम करते हैं वो डॉक्यूमेंट करते हैं, और वो पेपर हमको देते हैं। तो हर पेपर अलग ही होता है, अलग ही उसकी जो उसका इश्यूज होते हैं और उसके सॉल्यूशंस होते हैं अलग होते हैं, और हर डिसेबिलिटी के बच्चों के बारे में होते हैं। तो उन पेपर्स को लेके हम लोग अभी तक 4 बुक्स पब्लिश कर चुके हैं विद ISBN नंबर, एंड विच आर अवेलेबल फॉर मतलब एनीबॉडी कैन। तो ये एक चीज ऐसी हो रही है कि हमने शुरू की, हमने ब्रेक किया कि कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्पीकर शुड बी दोज हु आर एक्चुअली वर्किंग इन दिस डिसेबिलिटी, यानी कि स्पेशल एजुकेटर काउंसलर ग्राउंड लेवल पे जो काम कर रहे हैं उनको हमको प्रमोट करें, दे आर द मेन स्पीकर, ये नहीं कि उनके काम को कोई और आके बता। नो, एक तो ये मैं आपसे बताना चाह रहा था। अच्छा, इसमें हमने बीच में एक और हमने जो NIHH है बॉम्बे वाले, अलीवर यंग नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट, इनके साथ भी हमने काम किया है। मीडिया एंड डिसेबिलिटी के ऊपर काफी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस की हैं, पूरे देश में कॉन्फ्रेंसेस की विद RCI एंड NIHH। उसका रिजल्ट ये निकला कि आज की तारीख में बॉम्बे यूनिवर्सिटी में ये डिसेबिलिटी, मीडिया एंड डिसेबिलिटी कम्युनिकेशन के ऊपर एक PG कोर्स चल रहा है। एक तो ये हमने प्रोग्राम किया। दूसरा, हम लोग अभी जो लगे हुए हैं, एक कनेक्ट करके हमने एक प्रोग्राम बनाया है, जिसमें इट इज ए प्रोग्राम फॉर स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी। वी आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ एस्टेब्लिशिंग ए प्लानिंग टू सेट अप ए सेंटर in a 4 to 5 acre of land, where we will have the skill development program for the persons with disabilities, and we will give them training, we will give them job, and they can stay there with, and we will have the all the therapies under one roof। तो उसका एक प्रोग्राम हमारा अभी, एवरीथिंग इज रेडी, नाउ वी आर लुकिंग फॉर लैंड, और कहीं मिलनी थी, नहीं मिली है। दूसरा, ब्रदरहुड जब शुरू हुआ तो वी स्टार्टेड, वी फॉर्म दिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ऑन सोशल कल्चरल लेवल। क्यों? सोशल और कल्चरल लेवल पे यदि हम कुछ किसी तरह के भी लोगों को आपस में मिलवाते हैं, तो जो इंटरेक्शन है वो और स्ट्रेंथन होता है, और जल्दी इंटरेक्शन होता है, जल्दी एक्सेप्टेंस आती है। तो उसके ऊपर है, और एक प्रोग्राम हम लोग अभी करने जा रहे हैं जल्दी, 100 लोगों को पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी का स्किल डेवलपमेंट, और उनको विद द हेल्प ऑफ द स्किल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट उनको लोन दिला के उनको काम खोलना, ट्रेनिंग देना, पूरा 1 साल का प्रोग्राम। लास्ट एंड बुक के बारे में मैंने बता दिया। एक रेज ऑफ कलर फेस्टिवल हमने प्लान करना था, जिसमें टू शोकेस दी टैलेंट ऑफ पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज, और इसमें बड़े बड़े जो हमारे लोग हैं इस फील्ड में, जैसे जो ड्रमिस्ट हैं, या इवन मतलब गोविंद, ये गुलजार जी ने उसके ऊपर काम करना था। इवन मैं उनके नबी मैं नहीं बता सकता, मुझे नाम ध्यान नहीं आ रहा है। तो ये रेज ऑफ कलर फेस्टिवल भी, और ये रेज ऑफ कलर फेस्टिवल का प्लान ये है कि टू पर्पज इज रिहेबिलिटेशन ऑफ पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी थ्रू आर्ट एंड कल्चर, दैट्स इट। तो ये मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता था। थैंक यू वेरी मच प्रतिभा जी।
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you. The session coordinator is conducting. आज
Thank
सर
you.
आपकी तबीयत तो नहीं थी अच्छी, मगर आपने बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन दे दिया सर।
नहीं,
थैंक यू
अच्छा
सर,
हो गया।
थैंक यू फॉर, आपको तकलीफ हुआ हमारे यहाँ से।
नहीं, देखिए खांसी नहीं आई आपके प्रोग्राम के चक्कर में।
हाँ देखिए, तो इतना अच्छी तरह से दे रहे थे, हम तो सुन रहे थे, सभी ऐसा ही पार्टिसिपेंट सुन रहे हैं सर। ओके, हाँ गावड़े।
Thank you, Kapil sir, for giving your the valuable time and guide to our participants. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Arun Kumar sir. Just I introduce Arun Kumar sir. Arun Kumar sir working for the disabled persons for the job or training program. Arun Kumar sir established the trust at the Samarthanam in 1997. And Arun Kumar sir, most important thing of Arun Kumar sir is founder member of the trust, only disabled persons is there, not the other persons. Arun Kumar sir's trust gets award, national awards for child welfare in 2010 and 2014 by the Minister of the Women and Child Development, Government of India. Arun Kumar sir giving training program at the primary level, secondary level, or higher education level, the stages. And Arun Kumar sirs give the numbers of students job opportunity and training program, and he placement for the banking, finance, and the IT company with good salary for disabled persons. And Arun Kumar sir's working is very good and very important. Please I request to Arun Kumar sir, start your speech.
Hello. Arun Kumar sir, can you hear me? Sir?
Muted. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
सुनाई दे रहा है तब मैडम?
हाँ, सुनाई दे रहा है सर।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अरुण कुमार। मैं इस एक शिवाजी यूनिवर्सिटी के एक ये बड़े सेमिनार में ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ समर्थनम मैं पार्टिसिपेट कर रहा हूँ। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मैं सबसे सॉरी मांगना चाहता हूँ कि डिले में इधर आ गया। समर्थनम ट्रस्ट जो है 1997 में स्टार्ट हुआ, एक हमारे एनजीओ बेंगलुरु में स्टार्ट हुआ। हम ये ट्रस्ट का मैनेजिंग ट्रस्टी डॉक्टर महंतेश जी Chudasannava, along with late नागेश, वासंती, सोनूर एंड उदय कुमार, ये चारों मिलके समर्थनम ट्रस्ट को स्टार्ट किया। ये हमारा 25th ईयर है। ट्रस्ट ये 25 ईयर्स में डिसेबल सेक्टर के लिए बहुत सारे काम करते आ रहे हैं। 2022 मतलब 1997 में जब हमारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्टार्ट हुआ तो एक छोटे से कमरे में जेपी नगर बेंगलुरु में एक बहुत छोटा एक कमरे में हमारा समर्थनम एस्टेब्लिशमेंट हुआ, सिर्फ 4 स्टूडेंट्स के साथ। 3 साल में बेंगलुरु में इतना डेवलपमेंट हुआ, मतलब हमारा प्राइमरी स्कूल स्टार्ट हो गया 2000 में। हमारा प्राइमरी स्कूल जो है इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन है और एक सिंगल विंडो पॉलिसी जैसा एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, मतलब इधर विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड, स्पीच एंड हियरिंग इम्पेयर्ड, ऑर्थोपेडिकल डिसेबल एंड माइल्ड मेंटली रिलेटेड, ये सभी छात्रों को हम एक ही कैंपस में एक रेसिडेंशियल स्कूल स्टार्ट किए। अभी हमारा जो हेड ऑफिस है HSR लेआउट बेंगलोर में है, उधर more than 600 disabled are staying. Primary school, high school, higher education students और पूरा वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग, कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स के लिए तैयारी करने वाले स्टूडेंट्स और स्पोर्ट्स और म्यूजिक एक्टिविटी, ये सभी के लिए इधर ट्रेनिंग भी दिया जाते हैं। ट्रेनिंग सक्सेसफुली जो लोग ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट करते हैं उनको हम प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स में विथ रिस्पेक्टिव सैलरी ऐसे जगहों में हम प्लेसमेंट भी सभी दिव्यांग लोगों को करने का एक सुविधा समर्थनम में है।
एक्सक्यूज मी अरुण सर, आप वीडियो ऑन कीजिए।
वीडियो विजिबल मैम?
विजिबल सर।
अच्छा, ये हम समर्थनम लास्ट 25 ईयर्स में बेंगलुरु में स्टार्टिंग हो गया, बाद में इंडिया के बहुत सारे जगह में हर राज्य में समर्थनम ब्रांचेस ओपन किए हैं। मतलब उधर का लोकल लैंग्वेज में ट्रेनिंग देने के बाद उधर उनको नजदीकी एरिया में प्लेसमेंट किए तो हमारे डिसेबल कम्युनिटी को एक फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी मिलेगी और एक उनका एम्प्लॉयमेंट का प्रॉब्लम भी सॉल्व हो जाएगा। ये समझ के कर्नाटका में 8 ब्रांचेस है, महाराष्ट्र में पुणे मुंबई में है, दिल्ली में है, ऐसा साउथ इंडिया में आंध्र प्रदेश, तेलंगाना, तमिलनाडु, केरला, ये सभी जगह पे समर्थनम का ब्रांचेस है। अभी हेड ऑफिस में जो ट्रेनिंग, हायर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम, स्पोर्ट्स एंड कल्चर एक्टिविटीज जो होता है, सभी ब्रांचेस में ये एक ही टाइप का प्रोग्राम्स होता है एक्सेप्ट प्राइमरी एंड हाई स्कूल ब्रांचेस में। सभी जगह में वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग के लिए सुविधा है और हायर एजुकेशन, स्पोर्ट्स एंड कल्चरल एक्टिविटीज के लिए सुविधा समर्थनम स्टूडेंट्स के लिए दे रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ मेडिकल सपोर्ट भी समर्थनम देते आ रहे हैं डिसेबल के लिए, और डिसेबल्स के पेरेंट्स के लिए भी मेडिकल सपोर्ट भी हम लोग दे रहे हैं। और स्पोर्ट्स के फील्ड में CABI, क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन फॉर द ब्लाइंड इन इंडिया, एक समर्थनम का एक छोटा सा बीबी है। 2010 में क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन फॉर द ब्लाइंड इन इंडिया का स्थापन हुआ। इसका मकसद ये था कि हमारा मैनेजिंग ट्रस्टी और लेट SP नागेश, ये दोनों इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेटर थे। वो उनको क्रिकेट के ऊपर बहुत सा प्यार है, इसीलिए वो क्रिकेट को पालन करने के लिए एक क्रिकेट एसोसिएशन फॉर द ब्लाइंड इन इंडिया का स्टार्ट किया। अभी इंडिया के हर स्टेट में और डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्लेस में कैबी का बॉडी है और कैबी का कमिटी रहता है। इसका मकसद जो क्रिकेट में इंटरेस्टेड विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड है उनको हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में सिलेक्शन करते हैं, उनको उधर ट्रेन अप करते हैं, बाद में उनको जोनल लेवल का मैचेस रख के उनका परफॉर्मेंस देख के स्टेट लेवल के टीम में उनको खेलने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म हम देते हैं। जो स्टेट जिनका स्टेट लेवल में भी बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस रहेगा उनको नेशनल टीम में भी खेलने के लिए हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म देते हैं। आप सबको शायद जानकारी है, अभी तक 2010 के बाद जितना भी वर्ल्ड कप हुआ है वो 50 ओवर फॉर्मेट का हो, T20 का भी हो, इंडियन ब्लाइंड क्रिकेटर्स ने सभी का सभी वर्ल्ड कप जीत के हमारे भारत का नाम विश्व स्तर में एक बड़ा किया। ऐसा काम समर्थनम ट्रस्ट करते आ रहे हैं। समर्थनम का मेन इंटेंशन सभी दिव्यांग एजुकेटेड होना चाहिए और उन सभी एजुकेटेड होना चाहिए, मतलब सबको सभी लोग क्या भी करना है ऐसा तो नहीं है। कुछ लोग बिजनेस चलाते हैं, स्टार्टअप बहुत सारे लोग करते हैं और कुछ बहुत सारे लोग म्यूजिशियंस हैं। उनका जो इंटरेस्ट रहेगा वही सेक्टर में उनको ट्रेन अप देके फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट देके उनको आगे बढ़ने का एक मोटिवेटर जैसे समर्थन काम कर रहे हैं। 2020 से 2030 तक एटलीस्ट 10 lakhs डिसेबल्स को एम्पावरमेंट देने के लिए समर्थन हमने संकल्प किया है। ये हमारे ट्रस्ट के एक काम है। अगर इसके अभी तक मैं जो बताया इसके ऊपर किसी को अगर क्वेश्चंस कुछ है तो कुछ
If anybody has any related questions, please share them in the chat box or you can unmute yourself and ask it. अगर किसी को कोई सवाल है तो वो पूछ सकते हैं। सर यू कैन कंटिन्यू, आप कंटिन्यू कीजिए। सेशन ओवर होने के बाद हम क्वेश्चन आंसर का सेशन लेने वाले हैं।
ओके। समर्थनम ट्रस्ट कोविड के टाइम पे 2020 अप्रैल से अभी तक स्पेशली कर्नाटका, दिल्ली, आंध्र प्रदेश और केरला, ये सभी स्टेट्स में हम वैक्सीनेशन से कोई बाहर नहीं रहना चाहिए। वैक्सीनेशन सबसे पहला दिव्यांग लोगों को मिलना चाहिए। ये समझ के हमने वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ कर्नाटका, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ तेलंगाना, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ केरला, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ दिल्ली, ये सभी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर हम भी एज अ कोविड वॉरियर जैसे काम कर रहे हैं। और लॉकडाउन इंडिया में सबसे पहले जब चालू किया गया लॉकडाउन, सभी के दिल में कंफ्यूज था, डर था, बेरोजगारी भी हो चुका था। ये सब से बाहर निकालने के लिए हमने 2020 अप्रैल से घर घर जाके जो लोग प्राइवेट काम करते थे, जो लोग सेलिंग का काम करते थे, डेली वेजेस थे, ऐसे लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करके खुद उनका घर घर ले हमने ड्राई रेशन देने का काम स्टार्ट किए। बाद में उनको जिनको रहने के लिए शेल्टर नहीं थे, ऐसे लोगों को हमने स्पेशल कुछ शेल्टर का अरेंजमेंट करके दिव्यांग लोगों को लॉकडाउन खत्म होने तक, बाद में उनको दूसरी जगह में रोजगारी मिलने तक शेल्टर का भी प्राविधान स्पेशली कर्नाटका में करके दिए। इसके बाद हमने समर्थनम एक NGO ने के बावजूद हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर इधर मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स की कमी थी, ऑक्सीजन का कमी थी, ICU बेड्स का कमी थी, सैनिटाइजर हो, मास्क हो, ये हमने हॉस्पिटल और कम्युनिटी वर्कर्स को देने का काम 2 साल से लगातार अभी तक भी हम कर रहे हैं। स्पेशली रूरल में जो दिव्यांग लोग रहते हैं, जिनका घर का कंडीशन बहुत खराब है, अगर वो एजुकेटेड हो, हमारे एज क्राइटेरिया में वो आएंगे, नहीं भी आ सकते हैं, टोटली वो सब नहीं देखते हुए हमने उनको फैमिली को सपोर्ट करने का काम अभी तक समर्थनम से हो रहा है। हम फ्यूचर में और कुछ जगहों में समर्थनम नया ब्रांच ओपन करने का, और अभी जो वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग है उसको स्किल बेस्ड ट्रेनिंग जो हम दे रहे हैं, अभी कंप्यूटर के ऊपर दे रहे हैं, BPO वॉइस वॉइस दे रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ और कुछ नया ट्रेनिंग इंट्रोड्यूस करके और ज्यादा लोगों को ट्रेन अप करके उनका मर्जी जिस फील्ड में है, उनकी इंटरेस्ट के ऊपर उनको ट्रेनिंग करके वही फील्ड में उनको नौकरी लगाने का, नहीं तो वही फील्ड में उनको अगर वो बिजनेसमैन बनना चाहता है तो उनको फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट समर्थनम से और बैंक फाइनेंशियल एजेंसियों से दिलाने का काम अभी भी स्टार्ट है। आगे इससे भी ज्यादा करने का इरादा हमारे मैनेजमेंट को है। टोटली समर्थनम ट्रस्ट फॉर द डिसेबल्ड is a non-profit and non-government organization. We are working for the development and empowerment of disability sector. दिव्यांग लोग नियरेस्ट समर्थनम के ब्रांचेस में रजिस्टर भी करवा सकते हैं, उधर ट्रेनिंग भी ले सकते हैं, उधर से प्लेसमेंट का सुविधा भी ले सकते हैं। अगर कोई 10+ मतलब 11वीं से डिग्री हो, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन हो, BE, MBBS जो भी दिव्यांग लोग पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, दिव्यांग छात्र या पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, हमारे ट्रस्ट से स्कॉलरशिप की का भी एक सुविधा है, उधर वो स्कॉलरशिप के लिए भी अप्लाई कर सकते हैं। ये एक छोटा सा जानकारी समर्थन के तरफ से मैं अभी तक दिया। मैं एक मैनेजर बेलगाम ब्रांच का देखभाल मैं करता हूँ। इतना जानकारी मैं समर्थन के बारे में अभी तक दिया। ये जानकारी देने के लिए प्रतिभा देसाई मैडम और पूरा टीम मुझे एक अवसर दिया, इसलिए पूरा टीम को मैं मेरे तरफ से और पूरा समर्थन के मैनेजमेंट और पूरा टीम की तरफ से आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू, नमस्ते।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद सर। नेक्स्ट गावड़े।
Namaskar sir. Thank you sir, Kapoor sir. Sorry, Arun Kumar sir, for giving your valuable time and sharing your idea about your trust and training program about the disabled persons. And from this your idea, our participants guide and important things. Thank you, Arun Kumar sir. And this session, Kibudkar sir, first one, that's thanks for this webinar section. And next, the speaker is Kapoor sir. And thanks for the giving you idea about the physical disabled persons and important things to us. And last one, the Arun Kumar sir. Thanks to thanks for from the Shivaji University and all of participants. Thanks. And this complete. I decide to add declare to this complete the sessions. Thanks for all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for all speaker. And in the comments box, we get very good comments that informative sessions, and that is very that I think that Kalyani, is there any comments? Please read and next for call for next session.
Yes, ma'am. There are a lot of comments saying that it was very informative session and thank you for the information. Wonderful deliberation. There are no questions, but people are very happy with the speakers and they have given their regards and comments on it. So, without taking much of your time and moving further, I conclude that the session 3 is over and we will now move on to session 4.
Now we learn something.
For the session 4, our session coordinator is Miss Nehal Pattan Shetty. She is a research scholar in Shivaji University, Kolhapur. So I welcome ma'am to introduce us to the speakers of the fourth session. Over to
We
you,
got
ma'am.
this award.
One minute. Some mic is, I think that it is not muted.
Yes.
So there is
Arun Kumar sir,
disturbance.
can you please? Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, so Miss Nehal Pattan.
Thank you. I will welcome to all for the fourth session of the day. Let me introduce to Mr. Santosh Yadav sir, Secretary of Andha Apanga Sangh, Satara, Education 12th DED Handicap Training Teacher. He recently worked at District Register Class 1 and working as a peon at Stamp Collector Officer, Satara. Pre-employment of Yadav sir, like primary and secondary schools in Satara district, he was in the business of distributing school materials like pencils, pen, etc. He has started public library in Shirgaon. I request to Yadav sir, please guide us.
is joining, and let me call the Balaji to present. Still he is joining. He has some technical glitches and he is trying to join. So until then we will have to give the chance to the Balaji. Over to Balaji.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes,
Am I
sir,
audible?
you are audible. You can continue.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before that, Pratibha ma'am, I have sent PPT of our organization.
Shall
So,
I share that PPT?
hello.
Okay.
So,
Balaji, whether I have to share your PPT?
yes, on your mail.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So, till then, good evening to all. I'm Balaji from
You
Keep
can
Table.
continue. I will say.
Yeah, sure. And
Yes, sir, from your only from your side also, we will make you presenter. No problem. 1 minute.
just sure.
Okay, I am sharing just if it is
Yeah,
not.
fine. Yeah. Am I clearly audible?
Yes, Kalyani, it is over to you. You can.
Kalyani ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
can you confirm that am I clearly audible or not?
Yeah, you are. Sorry.
Yeah.
You are audible, sir.
Thank you.
See that Balaji, is it your PPT? Okay. So, Sishu Authority. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, Jeep table.
It is not yours. 1 minute.
Sir, till then you can start.
Okay. Rather than I will present myself. Like,
No. Okay. 1 minute.
yeah, sure.
Balaji, I think that it was not downloaded. I will make you presenter. You can present from there because it is something problem to download.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Sure. Give me access.
Balaji,
Okay.
I can change your role.
Okay.
I have done make presenter. You can say from your desktop.
Okay. Sure.
झाला आता एक लास्टचा सेवन आता शेवट
Is my skin visible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir,
Yeah.
it is.
Thank you. So.
yeah, you can make slideshow. 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 You are went for a design, not this slideshow. For current page from beginning, you go for beginning. Yes, okay, it's okay. And make the full screen. Yes, okay, Balaji, it's okay. You can move on. Hello.
Hello, Cindy, sir.
Something net problem is not visible here.
Yes.
Hello, all participants are requested to share with for this unavoidable circumstance. Please for 5 minutes.
Hello, Cindy, sir. There is some connectivity issue. Please wait for 5 to 10 minutes. Please cooperate with us. There is some connectivity issue from the speaker, so he is not present here. Please cooperate with us for 5 to 10 minutes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I don't know what is a issue.
You're audible, no problem.
Okay. Pratibha, ma'am,
Yes, sir.
are you able to present it? Hello.
Yes, she's trying.
Yeah. Fine. Yeah. This one. PDF is also there and PPTX is also there. PowerPoint.
It will take a minute. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah. No issues.
Yes.
I will introduce myself till then. So,
Yes.
sorry for the for the technical issues. So, I'm Balaji from Geep Table. So, I have completed my master degree in sustainable livelihoods and natural resources governance from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Tuljapur campus. And now I am working with Geep Table organization as a program associate. So I will start my presentation. So is this fine, Kalyan ma'am? Can you confirm that and participant? Hello, hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Fine. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Next slide.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kalyani ma'am, I'm not able to see
Yes.
next.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah. So we are uh, we have known that. So what are the issues of person with disability and so like that according to the census of 2000, so there is a distribution of population which is
Balaji,
existing.
hello
Hello.
Balaji. 1 minute.
Yes.
This your screen is now shared. And I
Yes.
will mute my mic. Huh? Unmute me. Okay.
Yes, sure. So this is a total population of the census as per the census of 2011, and this is a NCPEDP survey, and in that survey we can see that 3% of only 0.56 student with disability in higher education. So there is we can see that there is a lack of picture of the disability inclusion. So next slide, ma'am. Pratibha, ma'am. Yes, thank you. So Give Table is an organization. Give Table is a social enterprise which tries to create an ecosystem of like-minded individuals to collectively build an inclusive society. So our vision is that to build an inclusive world where people with disabilities find equal opportunity in all aspects of the life. And the about the mission to innovate and accelerate inclusion to transform the lives of people with disability. So this is from our side regarding vision and mission. Next slide, ma'am.
1 minute. Yes, okay.
Yeah,
1 minute.
sure. Yeah.
This is not moving. One second.
Mhm.
Okay. No. Why it is not moving? Something has been. 1 minute. Next. See, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Previous slide. Okay. It's
Previous
okay.
slide. Yeah. Sure. So what is our approaches? What is our approaches in this disability issue? So we have you can see that we have supply diversity, and then we have different kinds of activities like workshop, accessibility audits, and then meaningful employment engagement. Then we have focus on CSR project uh, with focusing on health, education, and skill development. So that is livelihood. And then we have e modules. Then we have additional services like assistance, strategies, and child inclusion policies. And we have e modules, then sign language interpretation courses. So this is our approach. Then next slide, please.
It's okay.
Yeah. Fine. So apart from this, we have some kind of virtual engagement like session. We are conducting immersive disability sensitization workshop with corporates, organizations, school, and colleges, so that people can sensitize regarding disability. So what is meant by disability and how types of it, and what can be done on that while working with corporate. So these kind of people, these kind of person with disability. So then, ma'am, next slide. Can you come on that slide? uh, yeah. A previous slide.
Okay, this one.
No, previous slide. Virtual engagement. Yeah. Fine. So we are conducting sessions, then we have webinars, workshop, events, and e-learning. So you can see that. The next slide. Next slide, please. So um, we have key approaches regarding accessibility. So we have known that there is a two types of accessibility. One is digital and second is physical. So regarding digital, so you can see that we are conducting accessibility audit, and then second is that the RPWD Act is saying that there is a disabled friendly atmosphere for the person with disability, and we are conducting accessibility audit report for the school and colleges, universities, and corporate also. So this is a uh, uh, this kind of sensitization on the best practices which we are doing. Then next slide. Yeah. So CSR project. Ma'am, CSR project. Yes, yes, thank you so much. Yeah. uh, इसमें मैं कहना चाहूँगा मतलब so we have CSR project like health. The project name is Swasthya. Under this Swasthya, we are working for the children and women with disability. And in this program, we are identifying children's. Uh, we are identifying children, those who want early nutrition and those who have physical development delay. So for the physical development delay, we are providing them to therapies and different kinds of supportive aids for them. Like we have social therapy, physiotherapy, cognitive therapy, so like that. And we as well we are providing assistive devices for them to work on the early intervention. Then we are providing them to UDID card. So we are providing them for the UDID card. Like there are some kind of government entitlements. Like in Maharashtra, we have known that there is a Sanjay Gandhi Nidhi Yojana, Indira Gandhi National Yojana. So, and there are different government schemes and policies are there for the person with disability. So we are providing like social entitlement. So how they can connect with the government policies or the program. And this is about the health, and we are working for the children with disabilities and women. Then came when then second is education. In education, we have the program of Sculpt, and Sculpt is a program for the children with disabilities. We might know that in pandemic, the children, all are the peoples are not able to go outside with the villages or the cities like that. So we had some kind of restricted policies. So that is also happening, that is also impacting on the children with disabilities. So we might know that if I am a locomotive city of, or if I have a mobility issue, so I can't go to the school. So there is a issue of physical activity, digital activity, and like that inclusion and those kind of issues are existed. So we have known that. So in Skull program, we have e-learning platform for the children with disability, those who can't attend regular classes in the school. So this is a 1 hour program. Then we have Learn Able program. In Learn Able program, we have virtual classes for the young adult with disability. In this program, we have like technical and non-technical courses for the graduate persons, those who are person with disability. So we have number of courses are there, like Python, Java, digital marketing, communication, and skill development, and many more are there. And if the training completed, we are providing them to soft skill training also, like how they can face to the job interview, to the corporate, uh, uh, to the various kind of facilities which might they can get. And after that, we are connecting to them with corporate, we are connecting with them national and multinational companies. So this is our focus on the employment also under this. Then we have skill and employment. So this is a part of livelihood. And in livelihood, we have Swatantra project. Swatantra is the name of the that project. And in that program, we are providing a region specific skill based training and livelihood for this person with disability, for the self employment, or for their own own livelihood. So we have Swatantra, and in this program we are providing region-specific skill-based training. Like we can take example like mushroom cultivation, then stitching, beauty parlor, then vermicompost. So like that, we are providing to them a region-specific skill-based livelihood training also. In employability, we are working for the organized sector for person with disability. So we are providing jobs to them with connecting corporate and national and multinational companies. So those who are in organized sector. Then next slide, please, ma'am. Yeah.
Balaji?
So yes.
Yes, you are presenting very nice.
Yeah.
Continue.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah. Then we have e-commerce platform also, keeptable.com. And in this platform, here you can see that Akhilesh. Akhilesh is a autism boy, and he got the training of painting by Keeptable. Now he can make production. He can make self-employment through this training, and he became now independent. So like that, we have these kinds of training uh, and etc. So this is a handmade, like we are empowering to the artisans, those who are from rural background, and we are giving skill to them, and supply diversity also, which I have mentioned before sometime. And next slide, please. Yeah. So, yeah, next slide, please, ma'am. This is not important. Yeah. Yeah, you can see that here we have conducted different kinds of activities for the person with disability, like fun field workshop, a lamentation program, then storytelling, inclusion matters, mass sensitization, and etc. etc. Ma'am, next slide. So with concluding, we have five vertical programs which is on we are working for the person with disability. The first is that services. Under the services, we are giving we are like conducting sensitization program, sign language workshop, and different kinds of programs are there. And then we have CSR project, which I have mentioned before sometime, like health, education, livelihood, and employability is also there. And we are working in currently as of now in four states of India. In Bangalore, firstly in Bangalore, then West Bengal, then UP, and now we are planning to spread our work in Maharashtra also. So this is about our side. Yeah. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to connect with you. As well, I would like to thanks all the participants, those who are attending this wonderful session. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. If anyone has any question, if anyone has to suggest anything, they can do it in the chat box, or they can unmute themselves and ask the questions.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Due to technical problem, one of the resource person is not joining. Still, we have time, so the platform is open for questions. You can take if you put in chat box. Otherwise, ask as per the Kalyani said. Okay, carry on.
If anyone among the participants wants to ask anything to the speakers, they can do it.
Hello, Gagan Grass ma'am. You can say something. Hello, Sagulawne, Satish sir. Hello. Hello, Gulawni sir. But it's okay.
Hello, madam.
Just we will wait something the hour. Hello, Dr. V. Janaki.
You can unmute yourself and ask questions or suggest anything. If you have any comment, you can do it. If anyone interested among the participants has any queries.
Yes, ma'am. Now it is audible. Hello, Kalyani. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
They are saying that we are not audible, but once again you can ask.
Yeah, it was earlier, ma'am.
Okay, it was okay. There is one question from Mitare, the research students. Okay, after that we will show the one of the video of which was left by Samarthan NGO after this. Okay, you can ask.
Namaskar.
Yes, yeah, please.
हाँ, मेरा नाम युवराज मिटरी है। मैं सभी दिव्यांग संस्थाओं में से ये राय जानना चाहता हूँ कि सन 2016 तक दिव्यांग व्यक्ति का रोजगार में 3% रिजर्वेशन और 7 प्रकार के दिव्यांग के थे, और 2060 के बाद 4% रिजर्वेशन 21 प्रकार दिव्यांग है। ये क्या उचित है, क्या अनुचित है? इस पर दिव्यांग संस्थाओं के क्या प्रतिक्रिया है? हेलो
Hello, sir.
हाँ,
Shinde sir.
Hello, ma'am. Is this question for all or only for me? Like, I'm not getting. They mentioned that this is a question for all organizations. So.
Yeah, anyone can answer from the speakers.
Participant also.
Yeah, if anyone is interested, even the participants can answer the question.
Hello. For any participant or Balaji, you can answer. Hello. I think that Satish Gulavani is not. I think that he's there, but his mic is unmuted. He is the suitable person to answer this question because he is from the background of the law. Satish.
Hello, madam.
Hello. हाँ सतीश सर. Satish sir.
There is some connectivity problem. सर आप अपना माइक का आवाज बढ़ाएंगे?
सतीश मराठीचा. सतीश सर माईक
जर माईकचा आवाज वाढवला तर सर बरं होईल. तुमचा आवाज खूपच हळू येतोय.
डॉक्टर विजय कुमार पाटील ही कॅन आन्सर.
हॅलो.
हा हॅलो. हा सांगा सर. हा सर तुमचा आवाज अजून थोडासा वाढवा. माईक हे करा. माईक थोडं वाढवा सर.
हा येतोय का आवाज आता? हॅलो.
हा येतोय. अजून थोडंसं हे करा सर.
हा 21 प्रकारच्या डिसॅबिलिटीज आता 2016च्या ऍक्ट नुसार दिलेल्या आहेत. मग जे काही गव्हर्नमेंट नोटिफाय करतं त्याप्रमाणे गव्हर्नमेंट सुद्धा नोटिफाय करू शकतं वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या डिसेबिलिटीज त्याच्यामुळे त्याचा स्कोप वाढत आहे. वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या डिसेबल पर्सन्स ॲक्च्युली त्याद्वारे चान्स दिले गेले. परत एकदा रिपीट करू शकता का क्वेश्चन कोण विचारलाय? त्यांना नेमकं काय विचारायचं आहे?
हॅलो सर.
हां बोला.
मराठीत बोलत सर.
बोला.
सर
बोला.
2016च्या आत जे अपंगांचं रिझर्वेशन होतं की नाही ते 3% होतं काय, आणि अपंग प्रकार 7 प्रकार फक्त होते. आता 2016 नंतर की नाही 21 प्रकार अपंग आलेत आणि 4% आरक्षण झाले. त्याबद्दल दिव्यांग जे संस्था आहेत काय त्यांचं मत काय, आणि सरकार केंद्र सरकार जे धोरण अवलंबलंय ते चुकीचं आहे का बरोबर आहे?
नाही, योग्यच आहे. सगळ्या डिसेबल पर्सनना चान्स मिळतोय ना, आणि त्यांचं रिझर्वेशन त्यांचे जे काउंटिंग झालेलं आहे त्याच्या प्रमाणात आता ते रिझर्वेशन 3%चं 4% केलेलं आहे.
नाही, 7 प्रकारला गणेश सर गणित 3% होतं बरोबर आहे.
बरोबर.
आता 7 प्रकारचं 3% म्हटल्यावर त्यात कुठले आले? अस्थिव्यंग, अंध, मूकबधीर, कर्णबधीर, कुष्ठरोग व्यक्ती आले बरोबर आहे. मग आता 21 प्रकारच्या जर दिव्यांग असले तर 4% आरक्षण हे चुकीचं आहे ना. कमीत कमी सर कमी 14 तिथे 15% पाहिजे होतं आरक्षण, किंवा 13 तिथे 14% पाहिजे होतं.
नाही, ते टोटल आरक्षणला प्रॉब्लेम आहे ना, टोटल आरक्षणला प्रॉब्लेम येतो.
उद्या जागा जर निघल्या तर कुठल्या कुठल्या दिव्यांगांना समावेश करणार 21 प्रकारच्या? मूळ अपंगांच्यावरती अन्याय होत नाही असं वाटत नाही.
तर तुम्ही बघा, तुम्ही द राईट्स ऑफ पर्सन्स विथ डिसॅबिलिटीज ऍक्ट 2016चा जो आहे तो व्यवस्थित स्टडी करा. त्याच्यामध्ये डिटेल 21 प्रकार कुठले कुठले आहेत स्पेसिफाईड डिसॅबिलिटीज त्याच्यामध्ये दिलेले आहेत. ओके, त्यामुळं तो काही प्रॉब्लेम नाही आहे. डिसेबल पर्सन्सना जे रिझर्वेशन दिलेलं आहे ते वाढीव दिलेलं आहे, कारण त्यांची जनगणने जे प्रपोर्शनेट त्यांचं जे काय म्हणतात ते जी संख्या आढळून आलेली आहे त्याच्याप्रमाणे ते गव्हर्नमेंटनं दिलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामुळे त्याचा काही कोणाला तो प्रॉब्लेमॅटिक इश्यू असावा असं काही नाही. हे रिझर्वेशन आहे, आणि ते बाकी त्यांची जर कॅपेबिलिटी असेल तर ते ओपनमधनं पण ते भरल्या जाऊ शकतात त्यांच्या जागा. ओके, त्यांचं स्पेसिफिकली ते रिझर्वेशन आहे. त्या रिझर्व सीटला बाकीचं कोणी अप्लाय करू शकत नाही. हा त्यातला इश्यू असतो रिझर्वेशनचा. आणि ते रिझर्वेशनचे जे लोक असतात, म्हणजे रिझर्वेशन आता हे डिसेबल पर्सनना ते ओपनच्या पोस्ट असतात, तर त्यांची जर कॅपेबिलिटी जर तेवढी असेल तर ते त्याद्वारे पण भरती त्यांची होऊ शकते. त्यामुळे तुम्ही जे म्हणता की 15% वगैरे असं नाही आहे. ते स्पेसिफिकली 4% रिझर्वेशन, त्या रिझर्वेशनच्या पोस्टला तो फक्त डिसेबल पर्सनच भरला जातो. त्यामुळं त्यांना ते रिझर्वेशन मिळालेलं आहे त्यांच्या लोकसंख्येच्या प्रमाणानुसार दिलं गेलेलं.
ओके सर, पॉप्युलेशन इज टू बी कन्सिडर्ड.
बरोबर.
थोडस एका संस्थेचं व्हिडिओ एक राहिलेलं होतं. त्यांची इच्छा आहे की ते एक आपण 2 मिनिटासाठी प्ले करूया, आणि शेवटच्या वेळेला जर आपलं बऱ्याच पार्टिसिपंटनी व्हिडिओ हा लॉंग टर्म असल्यामुळे व्हिडिओचा नेटचा पण इश्यू होतोय, पण आपल्याला एक स्क्रीनशॉट पार्टिसिपंटचं घेण्यासाठी आपण व्हिडिओ झाल्यानंतर हा ओपन ठेवावा. म्हणजे ओके, एकच मिनिट. व्हिडिओ दिसतोय का आपल्याला?
Belief in ability.
एकच मिनिट.
If you're a cricket fan who's fear of
Ma'am, only audio is available. We
this
can't see
50
the
year
video.
Bengaluru resident has many feathers in his cap from touring England in 1998 as a cricketer. Didn't have a school that would admit a child like theirs. They moved Mahalpesh to Bengaluru. where he got a fine education and cultivated his love for the game. Early on, Mahantesh says he was encouraged to cultivate his belief in ability. He embraced that spirit with all his heart and went on to head the World Blind Cricket Council, and in 2011 co-founded the Cricket Association for the Blind in India. But there's no denying the role of sheer good luck in Mahantesh's life, especially in a country where persons with disabilities face the brunt of discrimination, not least from their own families. According to the 2011 census, India is likely to be 60 to 70 million. Despite affirmative action and laws on equal opportunities, PWDs continue to face discrimination when it comes to pursuing education, employment, or simply a full life. These challenges get compounded by discrimination based on caste, class, gender, and sexuality. School may be completely independent and brought about a total transformation, says Mahantesh. I imbibed life skills from a special school. I moved on to a regular college to do my MPhil, and so the urge to do something for the visually impaired, disabled, and in 1997, L. Nagesh, Samarthanam is more than just a conduit for education and employment, though. One of its projects, Kirana, has secured jobs. Several of its alumni have gone on to get MBAs or become chartered accountants. But Samarthanam's larger vision is to bring dignity and joy to the lives of PWDs. And that includes giving them a chance to play competitive sports like cricket. Mahathir 90 drew talent from the districts, helping many women to not only break the taboo of gender, but also that of their disability. Since the onset of COVID, Samarthanam has doubled down on providing logistical and medical support to PWDs. We joined hands with the Indian Railway Tourism and Catering Corporation to make 70 stations accessible for PW and make them all taxpayers of India.
Okay. Let me now. I think that over to Kalyani. You can call for.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to request again Miss Nehal Patanshakti ma'am to come for the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
I am very much thankful to Balaji Shinde sir. He shared their thoughts and ideas like laws, scheme and policies of handicapped persons and all the participants. I am very much thankful to all the participants.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. With this, I conclude that our first day of two days national level webinar on NGOs, initiatives and intervention in disability sector, organized under UGC scheme for persons with disabilities, is over.
1 minute. Please, the participants are requested to open their video. We should have one of the screenshot. Please open your videos. All are requested to open your videos.
For 2 minutes, can everyone please open their videos so we can click a screenshot? It's a request.
And today's that thing, I am very much thankful to all participants. You are bearing with us till 4:30, and this today's sessions will be good. That means it was to be went very smooth and very interestingly, and many participants are to be taken very enthusiastic participations in the conference. Okay. Please, Arun Kumar, Janki ma'am. Hello, Janki ma'am. Thete sir. Hello, Vijay Kumar Patil. Aniket Pandurang Kamble. Fayash. Manjunath, Asma. Yes, we will have one screenshot. Balaji. Hello. Hello. Thank you. We will meet tomorrow.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello. Yes, open your video.
Hello, ma'am. I am facing some kind of network issue.
Okay, no problem. Yes, okay.
I am not able
Okay.
to. Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah.
Thank you to everyone, and we will have tomorrow's session and tomorrow's speech. Fayaji is also be with us tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and we will have full day sessions. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. You can leave, and tomorrow we will meet at 11. Have a good day.
पाटील, उद्याकडे तुमच्याकडे एक सेशन आहे. हॅलो फयाज, you will be tomorrow. Your session will be tomorrow. Okay. Okay, shall we leave the meeting?